Hello and welcome to another book synopsis with Unjustified. My name is Kim and I will be your host. To clarify a few things before we get started, I do not read the books word for word. I do change the words to my own. However, if it is direct quotes or direct legal wording and verbiage, those things I will not change. Even after you finish listening to my synopsis of this book, I highly recommend and encourage you to go purchase the book itself. In no way is my synopsis going to ever hold justice to the actual author's words. I will always leave a link in the description box below where you can purchase the book. Also, my book synopsises are not documentaries. They are not videos nor photos. These are basically like a podcast or an audible. So without further ado, let's get into this book. Blood and Marriage, Chris Watts with These Hands, written by Kathleen Hewtson. Chapter 1. The author begins this chapter by going over a recap of the case for anyone that may not be real familiar with it. Starting with the date of the crimes, which most of us already know by now, is August the 13th of 2018, and then going on to name each one of the family: Chris, Shanann, Bella, Celeste, also known as Cece, and unborn baby Nico, and Shanann being 15 weeks pregnant. And then it goes straight into some case information, being that Chris denying knowing anywhere that his family may be when Nicole Atkinson, Shanann's good friend, contacted him on the morning of August the 13th, and how almost immediately everyone was suspicious because Shanann's purse, her shoes, phone, medications for her and both children, and even her car with the car seat still inside were all at home. It was into neighbor Nate's security camera when it was viewed by Officer Coonrod, and it showed Chris went back and forth into the garage loading his work truck with his work things, but then there was a little shadow that was spotted under the truck way after the fact, and even after the case was closed, sentencing was done, and this shadow was spotted by a British YouTuber. Now, the book does name the YouTuber and the channel name. I will not be doing that here. Chris ultimately volunteers to take a polygraph test that he does allegedly fail. And then he goes on to finally confess to killing Shanann, but he says he done this only after she killed Bella and Cece. Now, most of us know this as his first confession. He then goes on to tell the detectives the locations of his wife and daughter's bodies at Survey 319. Now, the book calls it Survey 19, but that is not correct. It is Survey 319. Ultimately, all three bodies were found at the exact location where Chris said that they would be. Shanann being in a shallow grave on the property, and the girls being in separate oil batteries nearby. Chris waived his rights to a trial within only a few weeks, and ultimately he went on to plead guilty to 5 accounts of murder in the first degree, as well as other charges that coincided to the crimes. He was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 84 years. Soon after his sentencing, he was moved from the Colorado prison system to the Dodge Correctional Institution in Waupun, Wisconsin, and that is where he still remains today. Chapter 2, Too Soon. The author starts the very beginning of this chapter off by saying that she will not be referring to Chris Watts by his first or last name throughout the book again after this point. She only refers to him as Penny or Pennywise, this being from the character in the Stephen King novel It. She also says she may refer to him as the filthy child killer. However, for my synopsis here, I will use his first name instead of the nicknames that the author has chosen for her book. Not that I do not agree with her, but it just is a bit offsetting seeing the word Pennywise and penny throughout the entire book. To me, it is more understandable, and it is just what I am used to calling him when I speak about him. Also, it is explained that there will be 3 different Nicoles in the book, and most of us are already well aware of 2 of them. But I will be using what we are all used to hearing here in my synopsis. Nicole Kessinger will be Nikki or NK. Nicole Atkinson will be Nicole Atkinson or NA. And Chris's cousin, Nicole Kennedy, will be for me the same as the author referred to her in the book as Cousin Nicole or Nicole Kennedy. Chris and Shanann lived in a large home. Shanann worked at home and she was self-employed through an MLM, that is a multi-level marketing company. She was selling health and vitamin supplements as well as recruiting others to sell the product under her and to be a part of her downline. Shanann was very outgoing. She was like a go-getter. She had this attitude and she posted lots and lots of videos to her Facebook promoting these products that she sold, as well as live streaming on Facebook with other promoters. After her death, these videos went viral, and these videos gave an inside look into the lives of the Watts in a very personal way. The many photos and videos were all on her public Facebook page for anyone and everyone to view, and many people felt almost an immediate connection to Shanann and the girls through these photos and videos, almost to the points of feeling like we knew them personally, seeing so much inside their home, their family vacations, and even when the girls were sick and being potty trained. We've seen it all. There are many horrific crimes in America, and they do happen frequently, daily even, so it is hard to actually remember all of their names or even the victims' names, unfortunately. But Chris Watts is just one of those names that is hard to forget because of his crime of killing his beautiful pregnant wife and his precious daughters, and just the horrific way he disposed of his own young daughters' bodies. That is impossible to forget. Now the author goes on into talking about her conversations with Chris's mother, Cindy Watts, and she explains that she thought personally that his mom and dad, Ronnie, and older sister Jamie would be the best people to talk to about who Chris really was. I can say that I was talking to Cindy the day that she learned this author had gone ahead and written this book without her consent. She told me that she had originally agreed to allowing this author to write her story, and she did write a few chapters with her, and that book was to be called All My Broken Pieces. I do have that unfinished book and the chapters here on my channel, and if you've not heard that, go right ahead. It can be right here for all to see. But Cindy said after those initial chapters, she learned that the author was adding things into what she was telling her, and the book was not authentic, and it was not full-on truth. So Cindy broke off with this author, and she said that she would not contribute more to the book. Later she learned that this author carried on with writing the book. Cindy's exact words to me were, "That book will not be truthful." Cindy and Ronnie both were very, very upset, and they felt very betrayed that this book was published after Cindy pulled out of the deal of writing it very early on. Okay, now me giving that information is not in any way at all alleging that what the author has written in this book is fact or hyped up fiction, because I obviously do not know yet myself. However, if there is something that I read in these pages that I know is untrue, I will call it out just like I always do. I do not know this author whatsoever, and I will not say anything against her or the book. I will actually encourage you all to go ahead and buy the book yourselves and read it, as my words will not be the same as the words written by the author. Okay, moving on again. The book says that it is written through Cindy's eyes and the way she's seen things and her feelings into them. But then again, remember what I did tell you about what Cindy told me personally about this book. I can also tell you that I know that Cindy has not read this book. The author says that when she was speaking with Cindy, that most of the time all she done was whine loudly, but she never seen a tear in Cindy's eye. Well, I can tell you this. The several times that I have had very long conversations with Cindy Watts myself, she was not whining, nor was she crying loudly. She was very outspoken about what her truths are, and she is a very passionate and caring woman, and she loves her children and grandchildren unconditionally, that I can tell you. Also, the author says that Cindy's mother was viciously abusive, and her crying and her loud whining is something that she learned from childhood to ward off her mother's wrath. She compares Cindy to a dog that has been whipped too much and only cowers and squeals, as well as basically explaining her talking in circles and in word salads. And she says that it is exhausting listening to her. Wow. I can also say that any of us that have watched Cindy's interview that was done inside her kitchen, she absolutely did have tears in her eyes. The author also says that Ronnie Watts is a very short-spoken and hard to understand kind of guy. Well, I can understand him great. Personally, I've never had an issue at all with understanding anything he says, except on those police department cam footages, which were of horrible quality and sound, which I personally think was purposely done before they were released. But of course, that is only my opinion. She also goes on to say that it is very obvious that Chris and Ronnie were very close and they had a very tight bond. Her explanation of Jamie was she has many misdeeds, and most of them serve only to hurt her two children. The author said that she started talking with Cindy towards the end of 2018, and she told her that she wanted to write this book. Cindy told her that all she wanted to know was the truth. No matter what the truth was, she just wanted to know what happened. She said that Cindy seemed to be just a very depressed and sad person. Understandably so, seeing as her son had murdered her. But because it is her own son that killed them, she had to continue to believe that he did not do it in order for her to continue to love him. She claims that when she first started talking to Cindy, that Cindy said she knew that Chris did kill all of them, but she was struggling with knowing that, saying that Cindy said Chris admitted to her at least twice that he did kill them all. Side note, Cindy nor Ronnie has never told me this. They have always told me the only thing Chris has ever admitted to them was on August the 15th during the Frederick confession, where he told Ronnie that he killed Shanann because she killed the girls. That is why they are still in a limbo waiting for him to tell them if he really killed the girls. Now, because he has never told them he killed the girls ever, he told his mother that he pled guilty for a reason, and that is the only answer that Cindy has ever gotten. The author claims that Cindy is agoraphobic, and she stays in her house and only socializes with a few people that she speaks to by telephone. And these people are only here for the case or the publicity. Well, Kathleen, I must say personally here, you're wrong about this person. Me. I have held several long phone conversations with Cindy Watts, and I'm not talking to her for the case or publicity. The first time I talked to her was about the case, yes it was, but after that, it was just general chit-chat, and yes, of course, the case would come up from time to time, as it is part of her life, and she still has so many unanswered questions. Okay, she goes into talking about the reason Cindy cannot accept the reality of what Chris done, and also the fact that Cindy did not like Shanann at all, even from the beginning, and it went all downhill from there. Now, it does seem like the author and I agree on the fact that many mother and daughter-in-laws do not always see eye to eye, and they don't always get along perfectly. What I do not agree with is that she says when a son gets married that he is supposed to put his wife's family above his own family. Now, I don't agree with that. If he does that, there is never going to be peace, period. I do agree that he should put his own family, his wife and children, above all others to the very, very best of his ability. But insinuating that he should push his own parents and siblings to the back burner for her parents and siblings, that is ridiculous in my opinion. The author says that really the only way around that is if a mother is lucky enough to have a son that is gay. But even with that, her son's partner is going to have a mother as well. She tells her readers that if she does not believe that she is right, just to go ask Queen Elizabeth. Personally, I find that laughable. Like, who lives by the rules of the British royal family in their relationship anyway? Anyone out there? If you do, please let me know. Okay, moving on. Her referring to Chris as Pennywise is quite offsetting when trying to read this book. It definitely takes the actual realism from the case and makes it seem almost comical, which there is absolutely nothing about this case the least bit comical. But now we are getting into Chris and his school years in the book, and she claims that he was very much a mama's boy to Cindy and always around the house because he was shy and awkward, and he was a sad, depressed kid with no friends from grade school all the way through college. Okay, that's not true. Obviously, she did not do any interviews with people that Chris went to school with neither his teachers in high school or even his roommates in college. Chris had many friends, but he was quiet and he didn't really go out much because his friends, being young, mostly partied and drank, and Chris didn't drink or do drugs. He was more into just studying and reading and graduating college and becoming this pit crew member for NASCAR someday. His high school teacher said that he was quiet, but he was popular and he had a lot of friends and he played sports, so yeah, that's not true either. The book, The Perfect Father, actually done interviews with people from his past, and what these people told the amazing author, John Glatt, is much different than what this author is claiming here. Now, the book goes on to say that Chris's dad was his best friend, and then after his dad was his grandmother. And can you even begin to believe that this author actually had the audacity to refer to his grandmother in this book as Grandma Nazi? Wow. The author is rude, crude, and ruthless. And already this book is on the edge of almost slander herself because Chris was an outsider and a loser all of his life. But she personally doesn't think it was Cindy's fault that Chris was all of these things. She goes on to say that Jamie was the pretty and popular child, and Chris was the homebody, the awkward one, and that she didn't think Chris liked Jamie much at all, and actually that he resented her, and that Chris liked to be the center of attention in things, and since Jamie was the popular one, that was not possible. She gives the quotes from Cindy in one of her interviews, the one we spoke of earlier where she was crying, that he never gave them any problems. He played sports, got good grades, never any problem at all, never got in trouble. He was like his dad and he just flew under the radar. And then she says that Cindy seems to ignore the fact that he murdered his wife and 2 kids. Well, Kathleen, when Cindy done that interview, it was before the sentencing. And it was before Chris pleaded guilty to the girls at sentencing and months before the Wisconsin interview. At the point in time of that interview, Cindy only knew what Chris had told his dad in his first confession. So to call her out for that interview and saying that she ignored that he killed his kids is complete misinformation to your readers that may not know the timeline of events as well as many of us do. Now, the author goes on to say that the sports Chris played were in clubs that Ronnie had signed him up to play in, and Ronnie coached these sports. She even went on to say that Chris did not even play team sports at school, so he could not make any friends that they were not related to. Wow. And wrong again. Ronnie could not have coached high school football without being a high school teacher. Ronnie did coach his baseball team when he was younger and when he was in elementary. See, already this book is very full of things that any of us that truly know this case will know fast is not truth. And I'm not even hitting on all the rudeness that's written in it. Now please understand, I am not here to defend Chris nor Cindy at all. And as you all know that have listened to my other synopsis on this case and books written on it, I do not defend. I deliver a synopsis of the book. However, as in the letters from Christopher synopsis that I done, I will call out false information or misleading information if I know that they are false. I had to do it a few times in Shirley Cattle's book. Yes, I did. But with this book, it seems like that I'm calling out things more than even delivering the book in the synopsis because there is so much. Now, the author says that Chris was not around other children. He was only ever around his adult family. Well, what about his lifelong friend that gave the interview? You know, Mark Jameson. Mark said that him and Chris had been friends since they were 8 years old, I believe it was, and was always together. Mark stayed at Chris's house most of the time. Mark's mother and Chris's mother are best friends since childhood. So yeah, he definitely had a friend, and there was other kids he was around. So that's not true either. Anyway, she goes on to talk about how Shanann was his first girlfriend, and she was much more mature than Chris when they got together, and that is absolutely true. She was more mature and had been married and divorced. And she was gorgeous. Now, she compared meeting Shanann to NASCAR, saying that meeting Shanann was like going from 0 to 1,000, and saying that Cindy saw Shanann as girlfriend boot camp by the way she was ordering Chris around and making jokes about the way he looked and how he dressed. And Cindy took those insults about her son personally. And on the flip side, Shanann probably viewed Cindy as judgmental and controlling with no sense of humor. The author does say that Cindy actually is not that way, and I agree with her. But because of the way these two seen each other, the author says that it was like Shanann and Cindy wanted to see which one would be able to take the reins and be the one to control the family idiot, and that being Chris. She says because Chris killed Shanann. Now, she does point out that because Chris did kill Shanann, that does not mean that Cindy should have automatically started saying that she got along great with her and they was best friends. And that when someone dies that you hate, their death does not mean that you stopped hating them. Which I thought that was an odd thing to say. Cindy does speak her truth on how her and Shanann got along even after the fact. But that's the way she wrote it anyway. Cindy and Shanann did not like each other, and the feeling was quite mutual between both of them. Well, that is true for the most part, and from what I've seen from both sides, that is true. But they did both try to tolerate each other for Chris and the girls until Nutgate. Now, she goes on to say that Chris should have been put to death by the state, or he should have been killed in prison by now by another inmate. The author says that even though Cindy knew very well that she hated Chris and wanted only the worst for him, that Cindy and her still continued to be friends, saying that they continued to stay friends until Cindy was talked into publicly saying that she believed Shanann killed the girls and not Chris. And it was harder arguing that point with Cindy than it was arguing with a bunch of anti-vaxxers. Okay, Kathleen, now you're going to throw political correctness into this book? Wow. Just what audience were you actually planning to target with this book? There is no way in hell it was the true crime community. The majority of the true crime community tries to be as unbiased as possible and not even hit on political propaganda talk. That's not to mention the hate and even almost racism that I've already seen written on these pages. Anti-vaxxers? Wow. What does that actually mean anyway? Okay, I did get vaccinated, but that does not mean that the people who chose not to, for whatever personal reasons to them, and reasons that they have, is none of our business. And it is not for me or you to judge their decision about what they choose to do with their own bodies or put into them. Oh, and by the way, I know many people that were fully vaccinated with all boosters, myself included, and still got COVID. Imagine that. Even Joe Biden, and he was vaxxed to the max. So, yeah. Anyways, she will talk some hardcore smack about Cindy Watts and degrade the hell out of her and her family, and even her mother. But afterwards, she's going to slide into a sentence like she did here. She says, quote, "I wish people would give her a break. She really is a lovely woman," end quotes. Contradictory much? Anyway, she goes on to say that she doesn't care who you vote for or if you're vaccinated or not. As long as you are nice and love animals, then this author will like you. This comes immediately after the degrading slurs about Cindy and the political hate talk. Oh, I have learned this author will say rude and ruthless things to and about people, and then she follows it up with basically saying something like, "I'm just kidding," which is not the least bit impressive to me personally. And the jabs thrown here are nowhere near a good sense of humor. Calling Cindy's mother a Nazi, making sure to point out that Shanann was beautiful and white, which I did not even address at all her skin color in this synopsis, because why? I mean, seriously, why? Anyway, the author goes into talking about how her and Cindy disagree on things. One being that the author thinks that Chris acted inappropriately with the girls, and Cindy does not believe that he did at all. She also claims that Cindy used to agree with her that Chris was a child killer, but Cindy does not agree with her on that anymore. Okay, I have talked to Cindy for a long time, and never have I ever heard her say that she believed that Chris killed the girls. She has said that if he really did do it, that she just wishes that he would tell her, so she could just stop these thoughts that he was innocent and was railroaded and framed into accepting a plea deal, and all these charges handed down to him to save him only from the death penalty. Now, if there was ever a time that she did believe that Chris killed the girls, and maybe she has at some point, I personally just have never knew it, and she has never told me that. Can you actually honestly believe that she did actually write this in this book, that she is convinced that there has never been a middle-class white person that has been wrongfully convicted in America? Yeah, this tells me that I don't think she does know true crime. She then goes into saying that white privilege in the justice system in America started with Lizzie Borden. She goes on to say that loads of middle-class white people who have killed walk free. Well, Kathleen, the walking part in America can go either way, hon. And if you really knew true crime, you would know this. Now, just off the top of my head, I can tell you two cases. O.J. Simpson versus Menendez brothers. Both were very, very upper-class people, but who walked free. And ironically, just a fun fact on those two cases, they both happened at around the same time. Imagine that. So you may want to do some actual research on killer murder crimes before you decide to actually put very misleading information, such as something like this, which almost acts on borderline racism, into a public book, and then tack a price tag on it and label it as true crime. Wow. Okay, moving along again. She goes on to say that if Chris was not as stupid as he is, then he would be free too. She goes into comparing Chris to Tex and the Manson family, and how Tex turned to the Bible and his BFF Jesus, after he was incarcerated for the murder of Sharon Tate and several others, saying that he now had his own church in prison and some nutbag married him and had 5 kids with him since he has been in prison. She says that Chris ignored his family for years, which is very true after him and Shanann met. But she also claims in the book that he ignored his own family because he liked Shanann's family better than his own. Now, he did love Shanann's family, that is very true. But he also loved his own family and missed them, but it was his choice to ignore and isolate his family. I guess he just found it easier to keep the peace if he was just ignoring his family and only associated with the people that Shanann associated with. Maybe that was why. She then goes into how Chris told the world that his father was his hero, and again, that is not true. He said that to his wife in a recorded interview to detectives at the Frederick Police Department. And seeing as how Chris was very illiterate to law and how the system and interviews work, I'm sure he was not even thinking about being recorded or later on the recorded footage being released to the whole world at that time. But she also says if his father was really his hero, then why did Chris voluntarily tell everyone his dad had a cocaine addiction? Because that should be a private family matter. Well, again, this was said in the Wisconsin interview, which he was told by the detectives that it would never be released to the public, and it would be strictly confidential. But within hours of their return to Colorado, it was sold or given to Denver 7 News. Now, the author claims he talked about his father's addiction so he would look like the good guy again, because all he had to do was ask him one time to stop, and he did. Well, maybe so, but some people do have to have that certain someone to ask them to do something before they will even consider doing it. And I'm not defending Chris for the record, but I do believe in delivering facts and truth when you are speaking to the public, especially about a case as controversial and tragic as this one is. Now, the author claims that Chris's story is that the only reason he treated his family so badly is because Shanann told him to. And then she goes on to say, but that's his story. Well, to be quite honest, and judging from the post that Shanann made herself, as well as her demanding Chris to never speak to his parents again, and their kids would never see them again or step foot in their home. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, maybe his story has some strong merit there. I'm just saying, Then it goes into talking about back in 2019, when she was going to write a story for Cindy about her hideous experience being the mother of America's Most Hated, saying that she did write a few chapters of the book and was basing it on all of the old Humpty Dumpty unfortunate wall situation. And this is exactly how Cindy's short time of speaking with this woman was defined in this book. Old Humpty Dumpty unfortunate wall situation. Wow, this book is unbelievable. Yeah, so okay, she goes on to say that Cindy did not write a word in that book, All My Broken Pieces. She says it was all her trying to put into words what Cindy might be seeing. In my opinion, all this was a way to get revenge on Cindy for refusing to be a part of the other book after Cindy saying that the things that she was adding to that book was not true. Anyway, at this point, the book goes into talking about how Shanann was a beautiful 34-year-old woman and had a long life ahead of her that she was robbed of because Chris stole her life from her. And I agree. She also says that she is not a Shanann fangirl either, but Shanann did not deserve her ending no matter what. And she could have well gone on to be very successful had she been given that chance. And again, I absolutely agree with the author here. She goes on into saying that Cindy will not budge on the thoughts that her little boy is innocent of killing the girls, except in the beginning when she would say he was guilty, but then go back to say that no, his first confession was the truth. The author claims that Cindy also says there is evidence that Chris is innocent of killing the girls. But if she is asked what that evidence is, Cindy will not elaborate. She says that Cindy and Chris used to always say, Kim Kaufman knows what the evidence is. But then Chris threw Kim under the bus later on, saying that Kim is an abomination of God. The author also says that she came into this case in the very beginning in 2018, and going into it, she fully thought that Shanann was a psycho, and she had Munchausen by proxy, and she indeed did kill the girls herself to make sure Chris would never have them. But she says now, and this is her words, after talking to all of that motley crew family of the Watts and what they have said, and Cindy has given Kim Kaufman her phone number, and even though she did not want to talk to Kim, she called her anyway, and Cindy wanted her to add Kim's quote-unquote crackpot theories into this book. She claims that Kim never answered that question for her and still hasn't until this day. And then there is not one shred of evidence that shows that Chris is innocent, and that Chris had never said an intelligent word or made a wise decision in his entire life. She then goes into how Chris had continued to torture people on the outside since he has been incarcerated. And these people include his parents, Shanann's family, and the women who make the mistake of falling in love with him. One of those being Nicole Kessinger. She said Chris told Sherilyn Cadle that NK was a gosh darn real life Jezebel. Well, that's not exactly how he told her that. When Cadle asked him what sort of person NK was, he told her a Bible scripture to look up and read, and that would explain what NK was. The scripture talked about the Jezebel woman. Maybe the author felt the need to throw in the gosh darned part because of the southern roots that the Watts family have, which is ridiculous. The author also refers to the Old Testament book of the Bible as a, quote, a kindly woke sort of book, end quote. Or, quote, Christianity for dummies, end quote. She says that Shanann and NK both had bad taste to fall in love with Chris. And now NK has to spend the rest of her life hiding because everyone now thinks she is accomplished, even though that has never been proven, and that many people think that NK got away with it and they plan to change that. She also adds that NK is a pretty, white, middle-class girl, and for whatever reasons, she always points out the races of almost everyone she speaks about in the book, which makes no sense. Why does she do this? The author says that she does not believe that NK had any involvement in the murders or in the planning, and she also believes that the murders were premeditated. Okay, I do understand that many people do believe that the murders were premeditated. I personally do not think they were. However, I do respect everyone's opinion on what they think about in this case, as long as their opinions are based on the facts of the case. And I also can understand why some do believe that this was premeditated based on the facts and in the way that they are perceiving those said facts. So, I respect the author's opinion here about NK's involvement. Yes, I do. Do deserve the judgmental hate that comes from the public's opinion of them, because they should have and could have prevented this from ever happening. But the public judgment and hate that is shown to Shanann, NK, and Nicole Atkinson should not be happening at all, because there is no way any of them could have changed or prevented what happened. Whoa. How the hell is that? Ronnie Watts and Kelly's trip to Colorado in 2021, she called it a clown car trip to take and get movie coverage and to make money from the few remaining gullible idiots that still believe that Chris was innocent of killing the girls and Shanann was guilty of that. I just can't even continue to repeat myself with this author's repulsive words and the way that she continuously uses derogatory elementary schoolyard bully name calling It is so very immature, and in my opinion, I just don't even know where to go with it. I'm not even going, look, y'all, I can't even respond to all the hate and racism, name calling, swear words, etc., that are in this book. It's honestly exhausting. It really is. And I'm starting to feel like that is all I'm continuously doing here, is having to correct a child's bad behavior and vocabulary. Geez. So I'm not even going to address my thoughts about that verbiage of hers anymore. Not really. I'm going to try not to. You already know how I feel about that, and I honestly feel like that I'm reading a never-ending Facebook rant here and nothing more. She goes on to talk about Lana's very out of behaviors on a live streams and videos, and how she is supposedly the professional one on the Watts Island. So now we get into her saying this is where she will be writing about how Chris murdered his family without any help or guidance from anyone else. Another thing I do have to mention about the book is every time she does mention Shanann's name, she always tacks onto it that she is beautiful, gorgeous, amazing, etc., which is okay to begin with when explaining to readers that may not be familiar with the case about who Shanann is, and yes, she is beautiful. But for her to continuously feel the need to always say how beautiful and gorgeous she was every time she even says her name, in my opinion, that is just a bit overboard and can honestly, just to be quite honest, get annoying after a while. But she goes on to say that this is the story of the Watts family, and she names Chris's parents and sister, and goes on to say that they all ignore all the evidence that Chris done everything himself and chose to continue to believe that he did not hurt his girls. Part 2. A Portrait of Cindy Watts, late 19, early 2020. So the book goes from chapter 2 into part 2. And this part starts out with what she claims to be text messages that she sent to Cindy Watts. However, I do question this because it looks to me like if she really worded these text messages to Cindy in this matter, that Cindy would have never replied to her, less alone carried on a conversation with her. But anyway, text message 1 claims that she texted Cindy and asking her why she had no pictures of her other grandkids, the one that her son threw down the oil wells, and asking her how she can say she forgives her son or even talk to him, telling her that she treated Shanann's babies like crap and karma will soon happen to the monster son that she raised. And she goes on to tell Cindy that your goofy husband talking shit about Shanann after she was already dead. Okay, now I ask you, do you really think that Cindy would have sat down with this lady to write a book? Would she even reply to this lady with her disgusting talk about her family? Yeah, I don't. But anyway, text message 2. Now here she claims, I guess, that she called Cindy and told her that she needed to refresh her brain that her baby boy loaded up his wife and 3 kids into the back of his truck and drove them almost an hour away to and yeah, that is how the text ended. Very weird. Okay, text number 3 says that she texted Cindy and asked, how does it feel to raise a murderer? Chapter 3. After everything was over, some nice caring person painted a photo of Bella and Cece for Cindy and Ronnie, and she says that Cindy has that portrait hanging in her front hall. She goes on to say that Cindy wanted to fly back to Colorado with Chris in a bad kind of way, even though Cindy and Shanann were at odds, but Chris said no, and there was no reason to do that. She claims that Cindy wanted to fly back with him because she knew that Chris was going to tell Shanann that he wanted a divorce and there would be one hell of a blowout. And this was going to be hard on the girls. Cindy is haunted with the thoughts that maybe the girls might have overheard Chris and Shanann talking about it, and they were hurting before they were even killed. She went on to say that Cindy worried about Bella because she could always see in Bella's eyes that there was sadness, And Bella was always very cautious to trust anything that was new. Dogs, places, experiences, things like that. But why was she so afraid to trust? Neither one of their parents had a clue about the financial problems that Chris and Shanann had going on, but there were signs that both set of parents seen, like when they were all at Chris and Shanann's house when they had sold their dining room suit on Craigslist. And there was an obvious reason that Shanann charged her own parents rent to live in her basement, while they were supposedly there just to help out Shanann with the girls. Friends of Cindy's tell her to always remember the girls' happiness and the memories, and to know that they're growing up in heaven, and that Chris does call their home. But Cindy does not talk to Chris that much, and she knows that Chris would just rather talk to his dad. Cindy does talk to Chris. Now, granted, him and his dad do talk longer when he calls about sports and cars and things that interest both of them, as they always have. But he does talk to his mother also. The author also says that Cindy will answer the phone to any grifter out there wanting to make $1 off of the case, because she likes to hear any theory that these grifters have to throw at her. The author also thinks that Cindy wants to be anyone besides her own self. So she listens to these outlandish theories and wants to believe that they may be true. Jamie, who wants to pick her life back up with her children and have some normalcy again, is very close with her parents. And even though she was not really that close to Chris, seeing as she had not even seen him in many years before the final trip to North Carolina, she worries about her parents, their well-being and health, the toll that this has had on them. Jamie just hopes that her parents may someday be able to live a normal and happy life again. That Cindy and Ronnie both have told me that all they ask is that Chris tell them that he done it all, and they will have to accept it. They will accept it, even though they would hate like hell to have to admit to themselves that their own son was capable of murdering their granddaughters, when they know how much that he absolutely adored his girls, and he even catered to their every want and need. They would have to accept it, and they would have to carry on with their life. But he has never told them he killed his girls. He has only told them that he did not kill the girls, and he would never even hurt his girls, and that the only reason he pleaded guilty was for a reason. His attorneys told Cindy and Ronnie that Chris was going to take the blame for killing all of them, and it would just show them that they raised a good man when he will take the blame for it all just to keep from hurting anyone else and to get this nightmare over with for everyone. So yeah, that is literally all Cindy and Ronnie have ever been told. So I can totally understand why they can't believe it and can't accept that he done it all. They just can't accept it because he can't tell them that. Especially with Chris telling them the reason he said all of that in Wisconsin is because that he was afraid if they were trying to reopen the case, it would mean that he would have to go back to Colorado to await a trial that could take years to happen, and he never wanted to have to return to Colorado prison system at all. And it would not matter anyway, because it would not change his sentence, because he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and murder one for killing Shanann alone. So that is one of the reasons that Chris doesn't really talk to his mother on the phone as much as he does his dad. She always just wants answers from him, because nothing anyone can say or do will ever change Chris's fate of being in prison for the rest of his natural life. But to Cindy, it matters to know the truth, whether it changes anything or not. She still just wants to know the truth. It is the not knowing that is eating her alive. The author goes on to speculate that maybe Chris doesn't want to talk to Cindy on the phone because he blames her for the way he turned out. That if that is the case, then Chris really should talk to her about that, because Cindy feels that way herself. Maybe it is her fault and she missed something when he was a kid. Well, the author says It must be her and millions of strangers that agree that yes, it is her fault that Chris grew up and murdered his family. Well, I'm not sure about that number, Kathleen. Millions? But I do realize that Cindy has been unfairly, in my opinion, blamed for what happened, which to me is totally unfair to place the blame on her when it was not her at all. It was her son. We cannot control or help what our children do after they are grown, especially after they're grown, married, and they have moved across the country for years. They change. Cindy could not control Chris, while she rarely even talked to him. Chapter 4. Okay, this chapter is the exact chapters that were leaked in the unfinished book, All My Broken Pieces. So I'm not going to go over all of that again here in the synopsis. However, if you have not heard that and you do wish to, it is here on the channel, as well as I will link it at the end of this synopsis. Part 3, A Portrait of Pennywise, 2011, Chapter 5. Chris thought it was an almost perfect idea to ask Shanann to marry him, but there were issues. Chris could tell that Cindy was not fond of Shanann, but he just figured since it was his first real relationship that his mom was just worried about him, and she would grow more comfortable once she got to know Shanann a little better. Ronnie never really said anything either way about Chris's plans to ask Shanann to marry him. Chris just assumed that it was all going to be okay once they all just got to know each other just a little better. But Cindy had already gotten vibes that Shanann really didn't even love Chris, and that with him paying his entire life savings almost on that ring, it was just crazy. Spending $12,000 on a ring was not smart for any two young people that was just starting to build a life together. This honestly put Chris in the middle of something that he just wished that he wasn't in the middle of. He really wanted his mother to like Shanann and vice versa. That just didn't seem like it was happening. They were both in the background, and they were both in his ear talking about what they did not like about the other, and it was really starting to weigh on Chris hearing it from both sides. The author says that Chris was feeling great about himself. He was a new man living in a mansion with Shanann, being allowed to drive her very expensive Escalade anytime that he wanted to, and the guys at work were even treating him with more respect because he had this gorgeous, beautiful, stunning girlfriend. Shanann did, however, get along with Chris's sister Jamie for the most part. There were a couple of little things that Jamie was not really fond of, though. One being when Chris and Shanann was in the pool together. Shanann had taken some photos of Jamie's very young son that Jamie felt was just not appropriate, and she really was not pleased at all that Shanann took these photos. They were of her young son when he was completely naked. Later on, when Chris and Shanann talked about it, they just both figured that Jamie was just overreacting and too damn protective, and it wasn't a big deal. Actually, Jamie and her husband never even spoke about that again, so Chris and Shanann just kind of put it behind them, forgot about it. See, Jamie and her husband and Chris and Shanann even went on a double date together. They went to Chris and Shanann's favorite restaurant, and this was all after the fact of the photo being taken. Chris was pretty sure that his brother-in-law was really shocked at how hot and beautiful Shanann was. He had to also have been pretty damn impressed at how even all the waitresses in this really fancy restaurant knew who Chris and Shanann were by first name. It was a very fancy Brazilian restaurant after all, and to be a regular somewhere like that says a lot. Chris was embarrassed that his sister and brother-in-law only ordered a drink and no food, and they even said right in front of Shanann, which Chris could have crawled in a corner, that they just could not afford the food there because they were trying to save their money for their bills and things for their son. Chris said he knew that really pissed Shanann off, that they did not even join them in having a very nice meal together. They all went out on their engagement. They rented a whole beach house, and Shanann's family was invited to that. And Shanann's family also rented them a house theirself near the beach. Shanann's family just adored Chris, and they got along great, and he got along just amazing with them, and he loved them. But Shanann would tell him often, and she reminded him often, that her family was so nice and accepting of him, but yet his family was not being the same to her at all. But regardless of all that, it was a beautiful formal engagement. Shanann had even hired a professional photographer to be there and take pictures, when Chris dropped down on one knee to propose to her. Everything was very elegant and professional and beautiful, and now it was time to start planning the wedding. The author says at this point that Chris must have been thinking to himself that he was just killing it. Him being only 24 years old, living in a mansion in a gated community. Chris never questioned Shanann about how much money she made at her job at Dirty South because he probably figured she must be making bank. Because look at what she had, that mansion and a damn Cadillac Escalade, and that's just naming a couple of them. Shanann was a genius, and she had also just started college to get a nursing degree. And they were very young. They were living the life of rock stars. Chris was obviously very impressed. Why wouldn't he be? With everything that his smoking hot fiancé had going on top of everything else. Chris knew that they were spending a hell of a lot of money, but Shanann always reminded him that they also made a hell of a lot of money and they had plenty of credit cards with the highest limit. So they were fine, no worries, hell, enjoy life. Shanann always told Chris he was her hero. She had lupus and many, many other health problems. But Chris always took amazing care of her, even placing her pills in the sorter for each day every week. Even Shanann's mother, Sandy, was so impressed with the way that Chris pampered and spoiled Shanann and took care of every need she had, hand and foot. She said she loved Chris, and she even told Shanann that Chris was sent straight from the heavens to her. On the other hand, though, Cindy didn't really believe that Shanann had all of the health problems that she was claiming she had. Because when she asked Chris about all these problems, Chris would just tell her he really didn't know what the names of all of them were, or really what was wrong, but she did have them. Chris just started ignoring his mom for the most part because she was just always asking him things about stuff that was just none of her business, and he just didn't have the answers anyway. So he just avoided her like the plague most of the time. Chapter 6. After Chris and Shanann were engaged, she quit her job at Dirty South and she started working as a nanny. She also had to give the Escalade back to Dirty South because it was not actually ever her car to begin with. She was just driving it as a company car to run errands and so on and so forth. Soon after she quit her job at Dirty South, she also put her home up for sale. Now Chris was getting just a little bit worried about how much things in their life were kind of starting to change since they got engaged. Shanann kept assuring him and letting him know that it was all going to be fine and there was nothing to be worried about at all. Shanann had only taken a few months of classes for the nursing, and she had to drop out of those because of her lupus, but she told him that when the house sold, they were just going to move to Colorado anyway, which would help with their lupus, and she was going to finish college and get her nursing degree there in Colorado. Now, obviously, Chris was kind of nervous, had a little bit of anxiety about moving to Colorado because he was going to be a really long way away from North Carolina, and that's where all of his friends and family were. But Shanann tried to make him feel better about all this and let him know that it was going to be the best thing for them to do, telling him that it was going to be great for her lupus, and they had both loved it there when they had went and visited for a little bit with the Dietz family, whom she used to be a nanny for. Shanann had also found out about the Ford dealership there in Colorado from her friend Gina. So she had Chris to go ahead and apply for employment there, and they, of course, immediately hired him. Chris had really good credentials, a great work record, and he was a master mechanic. Shanann was on top of the world, so excited and happy that they hired him, and Chris was still just a little bit worried about all this, and he wasn't really sure about this move halfway across the country. But he seen that it was making Shanann extremely happy, and this is really what she wanted, so he just kept his mouth shut and smiled and nodded and just figured, well, I might as well be happy about it if she is. Chris had not really been able to talk to his dad or spend much time with him since he had been engaged, and by this point, Shanann and Cindy had had several little arguments here and there, and Chris doing what he thought was the right thing for the man of the house to do, and that was to stick by his woman's side no matter what. Well, that was almost the same thing his dad was doing too, sticking by Cindy's side. Chris was catching his own self, thinking and acting just like his dad. Chris knew that his mom was a great mom, but she was a bit too sensitive, and she took things way too personal. And since Shanann was the absolute love of his life, he was gonna stick by her no matter what. Chris really just wished that things did not have to be the way they were between his mom and Shanann, wishing that they could just somehow meet in the middle somewhere, but he knew that was really just wishful thinking, and it probably was never going to happen. Chris and Shanann had 2 engagement parties. They had the one on the beach with her family, and then there was the one from Nicole Kennedy, and that is the one that introduced Shanann and Chris. And that is the one that his family was invited to and was a part of. But during the second engagement party with his family, Cindy just stood to the side, and she kept looking sad and worried. Ronnie stood beside her. He really didn't say much to anyone, but that's Ronnie. After the engagement party was done, and Chris and Shanann had gotten back to their home, Shanann kept Chris up all night, bitching, yelling, and raising hell about how his mother had acted at their engagement party. Finally, Chris decided that the only thing that was going to make Shanann happy and to get her off of his ass about his mom was to call her. So he did. And he told her that she had embarrassed the hell out of him at that party. Well, Cindy didn't take that very well, of course. And she told Chris that Shanann was just trying to come between him and his family, and that if they had another engagement party, that she wasn't going to go this time and embarrass him again. Chris was starting to get really frustrated with all of the tugging war games that he was in the middle of between his mom and Shanann. He knew it wasn't his fault that they hated each other, but the problem was they both expected him to be the one to fix everything. And really, that wasn't going to be possible. There really wasn't a lot he could do. He had already quit his job there, and he had rented the largest moving truck that the U-Haul even had to offer. They had to use all of the money from Shanann's student loans to rent this truck and have the money to get by until he started making money in Colorado at the Ford place. So really, at this point, they were stuck. That's just the way it was, and they couldn't turn back from this point on. They had maxed out all the damn credit cards they had, making deposits on things for the wedding. Chris really was not understanding why they were already maxing out their credit cards on deposits for a wedding that wasn't even going to take place until the next year in November. But Shanann had been married before, and so he assumed she did know how to plan things out, and she told him that's how you had to plan weddings, and so he went with it. He had never been married, so what in the hell did he know? And he also knew that Shanann was a very smart and successful woman, so why in the hell would he even question her? She had already took care of everything, lined up their living arrangements in Colorado while they could save all of their own money. She had it set up to where her and Chris could live in the basement of her friend's, the Dietz home in Colorado, while they saved their own money to get them another big, pretty house in Colorado. Thing is, Chris really didn't even know the Dietz that well. They were Shanann's friends, not his. But he still had to go ahead and go to Colorado by himself and go to the Dietz home where Shanann had already set it up for him to live in their basement and start that new job at the Ford place. Because Shanann could not go with him to Colorado just yet. She was going to have to stay behind in North Carolina and sell her big house before she could move to Colorado herself and join Chris in the basement. When Chris was finally able to tell his family about the plan that they were moving to Colorado, now Chris's grandma had always supported him in anything that he wanted to do. Now, even though his mom did not get along with her very well, and it was Cindy's own mother, but since Chris wanted to move to Colorado, his grandmother sided with Shanann. Chris's grandmother was a lot like Chris in not being the sort of person that really ever showed much emotions about anything at all. She was a very emotionless woman. Shanann actually wanted them to go to Chris's grandma's first to tell her that they were moving to Colorado, so that she could help them to break this news to Cindy. So Grandma just called her daughter, right? no big deal. She's not worried about her own daughter. And she told her to stay calm, but they were all going to go over to her house because they had to tell her something. So they all went over there together. And when they did tell Cindy that they were going to move to Colorado, Cindy was just as calm, cool, and collective as could be. She was almost cold, actually. And that really didn't make things easier, to be honest. Shanann told Chris that his mother really didn't even love him. The only one that she did love was Jamie, and he was really nothing more to her than chopped liver. Now, the author says that Chris was sure that was not true, and that his mother did love him. He knew that his dad loved him so much that he had started using cocaine when he had to go away to college. Chris told Shanann all about that, and went on to tell her that he had saved the day by asking his dad to stop using cocaine, and he did. Just like that, he quit. Ronnie never used that or any other drug again, and he sometimes wondered if he was the only one that really loved Shanann. I mean, he knew that people would always just flock around her and act like they completely loved her, but maybe that was just because she was so damn gorgeous. For example, there was his cousin that had introduced him to Shanann. Her name was Nicole Kennedy. These two were the very best of friends, Shanann and Nicole. Shanann had even asked Nicole to be her maid of honor at their wedding. But for some reason, and Chris still doesn't even know why until this day, her and Nicole never talked anymore after Shanann quit Dirty South. Shanann even had taken away not only her part in the wedding, but her invitation to the wedding altogether. But she did give that special place in the wedding to Chris's sister, Jamie. And this did make Chris very happy, actually, because with it being his sister, at least he knew that his sister and fiancé liked each other, even if his mom couldn't get along with her at all. Chapter 7. Chris and Shanann's wedding was beautiful, and they both enjoyed themselves so much. Chris's best friend, Mark Jameson, flew in for the wedding and was Chris's best man. Mark's mother also attended the wedding. Chris was like another son to her, since Mark and Chris had been best friends since their very early childhood. He even had a special dance at the reception with Mark's mother, as well as his own paternal grandmother. Frankie Jr., his new brother-in-law, also stood beside Chris during the ceremony. Even though Shanann had the vast majority of the guests there for her, Chris did have a few. The Dietz family had also flown in from Colorado to attend the wedding. Chris and Shanann were already living with them in their basement by the time the wedding took place. Gina Dietz was Shanann's matron of honor, and the Dietz children that Shanann had been a nanny to were also in the wedding, being the flower girl and the ring bearer. The colors Shanann had chosen for the wedding were her favorite: black, white, and purple. Shanann had planned and put together the perfect wedding. A wedding that was fit for a princess. It was complete with 2 wedding cakes. One of those cakes was of her favorite football team, the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the other was a beautiful traditional wedding cake. The wedding ceremony was held in a tent-style pavilion that was set up in the hotel parking lot. It was a wonderful day for everyone in attendance. They all enjoyed music, dancing, games, and all of this was led by a professional DJ that was hired. Chris loved the wedding and said that that was the best day of his life, and Shanann was absolutely gorgeous. But the only thing was, Chris really didn't understand why they had their wedding in North Carolina, seeing as there was less than a dozen people from North Carolina that actually even attended the wedding. It seemed more logical to him to have had the wedding in Colorado and have Shanann's family fly out there to attend it. But he was not going to go against Shanann's planning, and he did love the wedding just the way she had it all set up. Now, the author also mentioned in the book that Chris's family did not attend the wedding, of course, but she did say that his grandmother, Ronnie's nice old mom, did show up. She also said that it didn't even look like Chris's grandmother even knew where she was at or why she was even there. I don't know, but for me personally, I find the slurs that is being thrown here, in my opinion, towards Chris's grandmother being uncalled for. When you hit on the lady's age and her possibly showing signs of dementia at their wedding, I find that there was really absolutely no reason to add those sort of slurs. But of course, that's me. And the author in the book, and there again, I do recommend buying the book and reading it yourself. There is a lot of dry humor, I guess you could say it that way, in the book. And I don't hit on that in the synopsis like the author has. And a lot of people appreciate that kind of humor. And let me tell you, she's got it in here. So again, I do recommend buying the book. Of course, my synopsis is nowhere near the author's words. It is just my take on the book, page by page. Now, Chris, being the shy kind of person that he is, also prefers to sort of stay in the background and not to be the main attraction. So the wedding had his anxiety completely off the hook. That was okay. Shanann was so gorgeous and she shined bright, being the main attraction in this spotlight. So she balanced out Chris's awkward quietness. Chris was also worried all day about tripping over his pants. They were supposed to have been hemmed and altered to fit him by the rental company before he picked them up. But they had forgotten to alter them, and he had to wear them anyway, just like they were, too big, too long. Now, even though they were 6 inches too long for him, especially when he had to dance, Chris didn't even like to dance, and he didn't even really know how to dance. So that, topped with his pants being too long, really had him a nervous wreck. Now, seeing as there was only a total of maybe 30 people that attended the wedding, Chris was really wishing that all of the guests could dance along to the music instead of it just being him and Shanann in the center of everyone dancing alone by themselves. He even mentioned this to Shanann, but she told him that the guests would rather just see them dancing instead of everyone else dancing, and of course Chris wasn't going to question that. Shanann had chosen the songs that would be played for each special dance. Now, Chris felt a bit awkward when it was his time to dance with his best friend's mom. So the classic song, My Love, My Valentine, was the song that Shanann had chosen for Chris to share a dance with Mark Jameson's mother. The dance that Shanann chose for her and Chris's special dance made Chris even feel that much more like a loser. Their special song that Shanann had chosen, Angel Eyes by Jeff Healey. Now see, this song is about a guy that's a total loser, he's a clown. And somehow, some way, he was able to land the most beautiful, gorgeous woman that every guy wanted. Every guy had their eyes on. Every guy would only long for. And he was the lucky one that was going to be taking her home. And he thanks his stars above for this. But he can't understand how he could ever get that lucky because he's a loser. Now see, on a side note from me, I always did think that this was a strange choice of bride and groom wedding song. Even more so because Shanann solely chose their special wedding song. Well, she chose all of the music and everything for the wedding single-handedly. And honestly, my thoughts about this song being selected by Shanann and Chris not even knowing the song himself, or even knowing any of the music that she had chosen, The wedding song was just a bit overboard, in my opinion. How can that song be seen any other way, really, unless he had chosen it himself? But the truth was, he didn't even know the song, didn't even know the words to the song. I don't know, maybe that's just me. But just, if you've never heard the song, just listen to it and see what you think about it and let me know. Now, the author said in the book that the song bothered Chris because he did not like people to think that he was some pathetic loser. Well, who would? Even though he thought he probably was a pathetic loser, and that if his stupid family had have came to the wedding, at least maybe people wouldn't feel so sorry for him like Mark's mom did. Or at least Chris was feeling like she felt sorry for him, because it seemed like she was, trying to console him several different times by rubbing his shoulder and back. And secretly, Chris was blaming his mom and Shanann both as being the reason that his family didn't go. Shanann had kicked his sister, Jamie, out of the wedding party. She was supposed to be the maid of honor, and the kids, the ring bearer and the flower girl. But they were kicked out from those parts, and Gina Dietz and her children took their place. Gina was actually the third one that she had asked to be the maid of honor. The first one she had asked to have that special place in her wedding was, of course, her former best friend and Chris's cousin that introduced them, Nicole Kennedy. But something happened with her and Nicole at around the same time that Shanann quit at Dirty South. When Jamie was asked, she was absolutely honored and excited and happy that Shanann had asked her to be such a big and important part of their wedding. Chris's whole family was extremely excited that Jamie was going to be the maid of honor and her children were going to have a part as well. But then at the last minute, Shanann got mad at Jamie and kicked her and the kids. Jamie had already purchased her dress for the wedding, purchased her son's tuxedo, as well as had a special dress fixed for her daughter to be Flower Girl. She was not able to attend the before-wedding spa day to have her nails done with Shanann because she could not get off work to attend. Jamie is a respiratory therapist, and it is hard to call in to that type of job just whenever you want to. So Shanann got mad and kicked them from the wedding. In all honesty, it really hurt Jamie, but she did understand. However, it was Cindy that got mad that at the last minute Jamie and the kids were kicked and replaced after they had all looked so forward to it and had even been rehearsing it. Ronnie, of course, stood by Cindy, and even though he didn't have much of anything to say about it, he still stood by his wife. Now, Shanann told Chris that it was selfish as hell that his parents were more worried about seeing Jamie and the kids in the wedding than they were to watch their only son get married. Chris thought about it, and he agreed with that, saying that she was right. And he made a promise that he was not going to ever speak to anyone in his family ever again until they apologized to him and Shanann. Chris and Shanann spent their honeymoon on Myrtle Beach in a condo, and the honeymoon quickly became, well, basically boring. Chris and Shanann had already lived together for a year in the Dietz basement, as well as living together in her big home in North Carolina. So the honeymoon stage was really already wore off for them, and they never really ever had anything to talk to each other about. Most of the time, Shanann just ignored him. She never really even talked to him unless she was mad or she was talking about how bad his family was. The honeymoon was no different. Shanann talked so much about how bad it was that his own parents didn't even come to see him get married. She made this the main topic of the conversation of their honeymoon. Chris knew that what she was saying should have made him mad as hell at his parents even more. But it was actually making him miss them more. So he just nodded and agreed and hoped things would eventually just go away and it wouldn't be talked about all the time. On a side note, I understand how the author knows about some of the things that she's writing in this book. But what I do not understand is how she can write what Chris was thinking or how he was feeling. She does say earlier in the book that she's never met Chris or even spoken to him. So I don't see how she can feel comfortable saying in the book or even publishing this book as a true and nonfiction book when there is no way that she can confirm what Chris was thinking or feeling. I just don't get that. When Shanann and Chris were back in Colorado, Chris was actually getting pretty lonely. Really, all he did was work long hours at Longmont Ford, and when he got back to the Dietz house, he had to take these online classes that Shanann had signed him up to take so he could learn how to be a motivational speaker, which also was very much out of Chris's comfort zone because he did not like being the center of attention at all. But he done as he was told because that is what made Shanann happy. Chris really didn't have many friends, and he was used to talking to his dad about random things almost every night. His dad really was his best friend, but now he didn't even have his dad to talk to. Now the author writes that Chris was worried that Ronnie may be replacing him for his brother-in-law or his nephew. But see, there again, that is absolutely theory and speculation, in my opinion, from the author. I do not believe there's any way that she can confirm that Chris was worried about that happening. In my opinion, this book should have actually been labeled fiction based on true crime events. Chris really wished that he and Shanann could just rent their own apartment. He thought Shanann was planning for them to do that, because the very first day that they were back in Colorado after they had gotten married, Shanann went house hunting that day while he was at work. But instead of finding them a rental for the time being, she found an upscale community in Frederick that was being built up. So she went ahead and picked them out a spot location and chose the home model that she wanted built. There was a few different models to choose from that were being built in this cookie cutter style home community. Shanann picked the biggest home model that they had available. She told Chris that they could not get into a rental because they was going to have to save every cent they made for the down payment on the house. So they would continue to live in the Dietz basement free of charge while saving their own money. 6 months later, in May of 2013, they had enough to purchase the lot that the home was going to be built on. When it came time to apply for the home loan, Shanann tried first to get the loan in her own name, but Shanann's credit was quickly denied for her credit score being so low. Chris knew he had great credit. He had never missed any payments on his Mustang and even almost had it paid for. He had random other credits as well as some credit cards. All of these were in good standing, upstanding order actually. His new job at Longmont Ford was paying $80,000 annually. So when he applied for the home loan, he was immediately approved. Chris was a bit worried about it though, because Shanann had let him know that he had carpal tunnel syndrome and told him that he was going to have to quit at Longmont because of the carpal tunnel. But she had him another job lined up in the oil industry, and this job would not be hurting the carpal tunnel. Now Chris didn't even know what carpal tunnel was, so he Googled it, and some of it did sound like how his hands and wrists was feeling sometimes. Also, Shanann had said that Chris was going to be some big executive in the oil industry very soon because she had him taking the motivational speaking classes, and now he would be getting his foot in the door in the oil industry. Things were only going to go up from here. But the thing was, the oil job would only be paying him half of how much he was making at Longmont being a mechanic. If the loan company had known he was planning to quit Longmont as soon as he got that loan approved, they would have never given him the loan on that home. But see, with the job at Longmont, he was not home much. He was working long hours. He worked most all of the time and even on the weekends. And being a field worker in the oil industry, even though he may make half the pay, but it was also half the hours, and he would never work weekends. So, for whatever reasons, that was a better situation for them, I guess. Now, Chris was worried about how they were going to be able to afford this big-ass house they were having built, now that his pay had been cut in half. He quit his job at Longmont almost the very same day that he was approved for the loan. Shanann told him not to worry about it, don't stress over it. Everything's going to be okay, and they really didn't have anything to stress about. Chris was stressing over it, but he did not let Shanann know that he was. Part 4, Chapter 8. Chris had started talking to his sister and family just a little bit again. Jamie was older than Chris by 6 years, so when she gave him advice, he did listen. Jamie was like the rest of his family, though. She also hated having any sort of family drama. She did not like conflicts or arguments. Jamie told Chris that he should just try and ignore any of the family dramas, and just try to keep a positive outlook that things would come together fine with Shanann and their mother in due time. Chris agreed and took her advice, so Jamie and Chris decided together to throw Shanann a bridal shower. Okay, so this part of the book is copy and pasted from the All My Broken Pieces book. Now, the part of that unpublished book about the bridal shower, I will not go over it again here, the synopsis, as I've already got it on my channel, word for word. So if you would like to hear that part, click the link at the end of this video and listen to that as well. Cindy said that she knew the bridal shower that her and Jamie had thrown for Shanann did not make her happy, even though Cindy said her and Jamie had worked very hard on putting the shower together, and they rented a nice little clubhouse to have it in. There was something that Shanann was not happy about, and you could tell. All of our family were there. All of her family were there. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves, and Shanann acted happy, but you could tell that she really wasn't. I never knew what was wrong that day, and I never knew why Shanann seemed so unhappy until years later when Cindy seen the discovery. Then the book goes on into the letter that Cindy Rusek wrote to Detective Baumover that most all of us have read and heard, that is, in the discovery. The author sort of breaks it down by each paragraph of the letter, beginning, of course, with the first paragraph. So when I'm going over this with the synopsis, I can read word for word Sandy's letter to Detective Baumover, because it is in the discovery, and, well, most of us already know it anyway. Now, what this appears to me as is the author had spoken with Cindy, had asked Cindy about this letter, and I guess she asked her in the way she has it in the book, paragraph by paragraph. So as I said, what I will do is I will be reading Sandy's letter word for word. However, Cindy's replies and responses to the author that is in the book will only be in part and will be in mostly my words. So, again, I do recommend, buying the book and checking it out yourself. Attention, Dave Baumover, from Sandy Rusek. In 2009, Shanann built her house in Charlotte, North Carolina, battling her lupus. Her friend told her about her cousin Chris, and said he was a very nice guy, quiet, etc. So Shanann got a request from him on Facebook. Months later, she called me saying, "Mom, I met a nice guy. He is a mechanic." And I said, "As long as you're happy and he is good to you." Now the author says that Cindy replied to this paragraph by saying basically, there really isn't much she can say about that paragraph, other than the cousin that had hooked them up, Nicole Kennedy, was once married to her nephew, and she is not a blood relative and wasn't even married to the nephew when she hooked them up. Cindy also went on to say that she was worried about pronouncing Shanann's name wrong because her parents called her Shanann, but Chris told them to call her Shanann because that is what she preferred to be called. Chris had even told his parents he was going to change the spelling of his own name to Christopher, Christ''Fer. Cindy said that they all just sort of laughed when he said that, and there was nothing about it ever said again. She said that the first time that they ever met Shanann's parents was at their house, the Russek's home, where they had had a barbecue, and they had invited them to come as well, so they could have a chance to get to know each other. Cindy said that Shanann's parents had a nice middle-class home, but it was a lot smaller than Shanann's big, beautiful home that she lived in at the time. And she said she already knew that Shanann was a lot more open to talking about personal things than she was, and that it did not take long for her, after she met Sandy, to find out that she was really the same way as Shanann was on that aspect. Adding that within minutes of meeting Sandy, that Sandy pointed to her husband, Frank Sr., and said, quote, "I've only had 3 good years with that man," end quote. Cindy really did not know how to respond to that because Shanann had already told Cindy and Ronnie that her dad drank too much and that her brother had some personal problems as well. Shanann had even told Cindy that she really believed that her mother and brother were bipolar. When she told Cindy that, it made Cindy feel just a little bit uncomfortable as to how she should even respond to that, because she does not believe in sharing family problems with other people and, telling your own personal family business to just anyone. She said that when Shanann was telling her all of her own family's issues, she wondered if Chris had joined in with her in talks about their family issues, and if he had told her all about. And what Cindy was talking about was when Chris went away to college, NASCAR Tech, and Ronnie had developed a cocaine addiction. Cindy wasn't sure if Sandy had said that to her because maybe that Frank Sr. had been sober now for 3 years, or if it meant that he was only sober for the first 3 years they were married. But she said she didn't ask what she meant by that either, because that really seemed like a private family matter to her, and felt like really it wasn't her place to pry into that. Okay, into the next paragraph. Sandy Russek. Shanann was eager to please his parents, waiting on them hand and foot. When Shanann left the back porch, it was just me and Chris's mom. She leaned over to me and said, "Shanann was married before." And I said, "Yeah, just like your daughter was." And then later, again, when we were alone, and she said, "I just don't see it." I said, "What?" And she said, "I don't feel or see that your daughter loves my son." I knew she was going to be a thorn in the marriage. My mother-in-law was the same way. The author says that Cindy told her, when she replied to this paragraph, Cindy admits that it is true that her and Shanann did not like each other, but that was okay because it happens and a lot of people don't get along. She said that her and Shanann are very opposite kind of people, and she does not like to argue or be in the middle of arguments. But Cindy says that she will bite back if she's snapped at. She went on to say that she just wished she would have went ahead and done what her instincts were telling her to do with Shanann, and that was just to keep her distance and try for them to all be together for a bit on the holidays and just leave it at that. But she was afraid if she said that it may upset Ronnie or even Chris, so she just tried to go along to get along. Cindy says it would have been sad not seeing Chris except for on the holidays, but it would have been for the best. She says she loves Chris very much, but they were not close like him and his dad were. Her and Jamie were close because they had more in common and they'd done girl stuff together, whereas Ronnie and Chris were closer because they'd done guy things together, and that's just the way it was. But as far as the part about Cindy asking her about Shanann being married before, Cindy says never took place, and that is not true. Cindy says, why would she have said that? She was very well aware that Shanann had been married before she met Chris. And there is also the fact that when Cindy told Sandy that she really didn't even believe that Shanann loved Chris, happened after there had been an argument and Cindy had apologized. Later on, Sandy did tell Cindy that she had never gotten along with her own mother-in-law, Frank's mother. Cindy says that she does not ever remember why or how that came up, but she wondered if Sandy had said that because it was so obvious that her and Shanann did not get along. And maybe Sandy was just trying to let Cindy know that it's okay not to get along with your in-laws sometimes because it happens. Okay, into the next paragraph. Sandy Rusek. So every time we had cookouts, his mom and sister were very quiet and distant. We weren't accepted, and they made that known. Cindy's response to this paragraph in part is saying that their family is a rather quiet family altogether. And Ronnie is a very quiet person, and he's a man of few words. Jamie, however, is this sort of person that lives by the rule, if you can't say anything nice, say nothing at all. And even Jamie's husband, he's like us too. He's quiet. He's like Chris. Cindy admits that an extroverted family like the Ruseks probably would find them very introverted, closed-off people. But that's just who they are. It was never or is never anything personal. She went on to say that she can't even remember a time when she lost her temper and argued before Chris and Shanann got together. Them getting married changed her, and changed her in a way that she is not really proud of. The next paragraph. Sandy Rusek. So forward to the engagement party. Shanann and I shopped for food, wine, etc. Spent a lot. Chris's sister wanted all of the invitations, so she helped. So Shanann told me, Mom, she wants to help send out the invitations. What do you think? I think she's accepting of me. I'm going to let her do it. So this mom and sister prepped food and cross-contaminated everything. So Shanann couldn't eat any of it. Gluten-free, nothing. Everything was made with gluten. So thank God I brought at least my daughter could eat. So as the night went on, Shanann and I went in the bathroom, and Shanann told me, Mom, I had like 80 invites, and only immediate family came. So Shanann called people the next day to learn that they never received an invited. Shanann was devastated. Okay, to this paragraph, Cindy did not even know how to reply to it, or really where to even start. She thought that maybe Shanann was confused about the engagement party that Nicole Kennedy had threw for her, which was in December of 2011. Because the one that Jamie and I threw for her was the bridal shower. So just assuming that Sandy must be talking about the bridal shower that her and Jamie had given Shanann, Cindy says that her and Jamie did not invite anywhere close to 80 people total. They had only invited both of their families and Shanann's girlfriends. Shanann's second engagement party was hosted by Nicole Kennedy, and Cindy says that her and Jamie was not in charge of anything with that party. Nothing at all. She said that her and Ronnie did attend that engagement party, though, as guests, and that Nicole Kennedy had made a funny toast during the party while standing at the top of the stairs in the clubhouse saying, quote, "I know there are some that would like to thank me for bringing these two together, but I also know there are others that would like to push me down these stairs," end quote. And she looked directly at Cindy and Ronnie and laughed. Cindy said it was quite awkward and embarrassing, and it must have bothered Chris also, because he did call them the next day and told them that them being there had embarrassed him. Cindy goes on to say that the reason she is even telling this about how Chris had called and told them that they embarrassed him by being there is because she wanted to be totally truthful and fair to both, and to let it be known that it was not only Shanann that treated them badly after they met, it was also Chris. And she said, reflecting back on everything now, she did blame Shanann for the way Chris had started treating his family after he met her. But now she doesn't even know how true that is. She said Chris treated us unfairly, and he abandoned us also. She adds what she does know is truth is that she does love her son, and she always will. But now she wonders sometimes if she ever even really knew her son. She said, "I thought I did, but now I don't know if I really ever even knew who he was." She also says that she believes that Chris would have been much happier if he had never had to see or even talk to any of his own family again except for Ronnie. He did love Shanann's parents, and he called them Mom and Dad. Chris was still talking to Jamie, though, after he met Shanann, and it all seemed to be going really good and fine. They had even invited them to go to dinner with them at a Brazilian steakhouse once, one of Chris and Shanann's favorite restaurants. Cindy says yes, she does have regrets, and she just wishes that she had just stepped away in the beginning, so there could have never been any reason for any arguments between Shanann and their family. Shanann did love Ronnie, though, and Cindy just wishes that she had stayed away and out of everything, so maybe the last argument would have never happened, and none of us would be here talking about this today. She goes on to talk about how she had no clue that they had any kind of plan at all to move to Colorado. She says one day she just got a call out of the blue from her mom, and her mom said Chris and Shanann had stopped by her house, and they were all waiting to come over there and talk to her and Ronnie. And Cindy's mother told her, "Be nice, Cindy." So when they all got over to Ronnie and Cindy's house, Shanann greeted Cindy at the door by saying, "I didn't think you were going to let us in." Cindy just replied by saying, "Come on in, it's good to see you all." After they came in, Shanann started filling Cindy in on their plans, telling her that Colorado was amazing, and that since it would be the best thing for her lupus, that her and Chris had decided that they were going to move there, and they would be moving immediately. Cindy said Chris wasn't saying anything. He was just letting Shanann do all the talking, and he was just standing over there smiling and nodding. Well, Cindy did not try to talk them out of moving to Colorado at all. She did ask them, though, how that was going to work with their plans to get married there in North Carolina. She could take care of everything and do the rest of the planning on the wedding from Colorado. And Cindy said that she just said, "Okay, well, that sounds good." Ronnie asked Chris about what was going to happen with his job, and Shanann answered Ronnie by saying that Ford was going to transfer him to Colorado, and it's all been taken care of and set up. And Cindy again said, "Well, that's good. They already had a job lined up." Cindy said that she was wondering about Shanann's big house, but she said that she didn't want to ask and pry into their business, and didn't want Chris to get mad at her for asking about Shanann's house. And she for sure didn't want to make her own mom mad, so she just didn't say anything at all about that. And then that was it
On May the 1st of 2012, Chris drove to Colorado in the biggest U-Haul truck that was available on the U-Haul lot. He had his Mustang hitched to the back of the U-Haul, and there he went to live in a new state in the Deet's basement. Shanann did not leave for Colorado with Chris. Cindy said that she had to stay back in North Carolina when Chris left, and she later learned that was because she stayed back to close the sale on her house there. There's really not anything else she says that she can add to this except that after the murders, Chris did tell them that before he left to go to Colorado, that Shanann had told Chris to destroy the engine in the Escalade before he left for Colorado because she was mad at her boss for making her give it back to him. And Chris told Shanann no, that he couldn't do that. And he didn't. He never asked her anything else about the Escalade after that, so Chris really doesn't know if she did anything to damage it, damage the engine herself before giving it back to Dirty South. He didn't know. See, there's a reason why Cindy was so careful around her own mother, and she tried really hard not to make her mom mad. Cindy and her mom had never really ever gotten along very well. Her mom is from Germany, and Cindy always seen her as being one of the strongest people that she had ever known. Her mom was not an emotional person. She only had like 2 speeds. She was either cold and distant, with nothing to say, or she was very ruthless in her opinions and would criticize at every chance that she got, like a double-edged sword. Cindy said in her entire life she had never had 1 ounce of affection from her mother, and she also had never earned her mother's approval in anything that she had ever done or accomplished. She says that she believes her mother was the way she was in being so cold and judgmental because before she came to America, she had lived her entire life under Hitler's rules and trying to survive during that war. See, Cindy's father was very opposite, though. He was a very nice, polite, and easygoing guy, but he also lived his life as being in the shadow of Cindy's mother. Cindy says that she tried so hard her entire life to make her mother proud of her, but nothing ever worked. She always walked on eggshells around her mother, afraid to do anything or it would set her off. And when she got married and had a family of her own, she swore to herself that she would never ever be anything like her mother. She would always make sure that her children knew how much she loved them and how proud she was of them in anything they did or accomplished, no matter how big or small it might be. She never wanted her kids to ever feel like her mother had made her feel. Cindy said that her mother never showed any affection for anyone she had ever seen in her entire life except for Chris. She did not give very much acknowledgement to Jamie at all, or Jamie's children either. Her favoritism really showed at Christmas. There would always be this huge stack of gifts from her to Chris under the tree every year. There was no way not to notice that, really. But we all tried just to ignore it because everyone knew not to ever question her in anything that she done. So none of us did. Cindy says that she does have to admit that Shanann did remind her a lot of her own mother in some ways. She was always afraid that if she ever made Shanann mad at her, that she would take Chris away from them and keep him away from them. But it was eventually obvious that Shanann just did not like me, and anything I tried to do would have always been wrong to her. She says that she knows that Shanann told people on Facebook, and she probably told Chris too, that he was nothing but chopped liver to his family. Cindy says that's absolutely not true. Chris's family loved him, and even with Jamie being a good bit older than Chris, she absolutely adored her little brother. So Chris has never felt like a black sheep or anything like that in our family. It was actually very opposite. Chris knew he was loved beyond measure by his entire family. Cindy said what made her start to understand why her and Chris had started ignoring her and being so short-spoken and cold to her was when she witnessed firsthand the anger and arguments that Shanann and her own mother had when they were around each other. And it was very obvious, observing Shanann around her family, that it was her father that absolutely adored her, which that was really nothing weird, because we had basically the same thing in our own home with Chris and Ronnie and Jamie and myself. And Sandy was very doting and loving, though, on her son Frankie Jr. So in that sense, actually her family was exactly like our family and so many others. Jamie and I were close, done girl things. Chris and Ronnie were close, and they done boy things. With the Ruseks, Frank and Shanann must have had more in common, and Sandy and Frankie. So really there was nothing strange at all about that to me. But what was different is when Shanann talked about her mother to Sandy and Ronnie, she talked like Sandy was a total nightmare to her, and she only loved her brother, Frankie, and her father. Cindy says that she was there with them all together several times over the years, and she says that she does not think that is true at all. She does believe that Sandy loved both of her children unconditionally, but Shanann just never could see it that way at all. She goes on to say, though, that she was taken aback when she heard Chris tell the detectives in the recordings that his sister Jamie was a rebel when she was younger. Cindy says that's absolutely not true, and she was shocked that Chris even said that. Okay, going into the next paragraph of Sandy's letter. Sandy Rusek. Shanann and Chris were upset, so they knew not to ask again. Then came the wedding. No one from his entire family came. Just his grandma and his uncle. No mom, dad, sister, aunts, cousins. None. No one. Cindy responded to this paragraph saying she's already explained this, being because that she was upset that Jamie and the kids were kicked from the wedding, and she does not want to talk about it again. She added that she really thought that Chris might call them after the wedding and maybe even apologize for his sister and niece and nephew being thrown out of the wedding. But he didn't do that. What he did do is write Cindy the longest and nastiest letter that she had ever gotten in her life from anyone. Cindy said after she read the letter, she just sat down on the floor and cried. Jamie walked in while she was still on the floor crying. But instead of Jamie trying to comfort her mother, she was stern and said to her, "Get up. Get up now. This is just the way things are now for us, Mom, and you're just going to have to accept it." After their wedding in November of 2012, we did not hear another word from them until April of 2013. And we called Chris because some of our friends had told us that they saw where Shanann had tagged Chris in a post on Facebook where she was announcing to all of their Facebook friends and family that Shanann was pregnant.
Part 5, Chapter 9. Shanann had planned an entire week for her wedding party to do pre-wedding things together each day. With Jamie had already purchased her matron of honor dress and bought her son a little tuxedo, and also made her daughter an adorable little flower girl dress. Shanann was not happy at all that Jamie would not be attending the week's worth of events. Jamie tried to explain to her that her work was just not going to let her off for a full week without it being like a vacation. And even if it was a vacation, she would have to give them plenty of notice before taking the vacation. Being a respiratory therapist nurse, there's really just no way to have a week off with no notice. But she told Shanann that if she would just send her a photo of how she wanted her to have her hair fixed and what color and how she wanted her to have her nails done, then she would go have it all done and make sure it was done by the time of the wedding. See, Shanann got so mad at her, like she was furious. And she told Jamie, well, never mind. You and your kids are out of the wedding entirely. Actually, you're not even invited to attend our wedding at all. Jamie said that she had to admit that it really did shock her when Shanann got that mad because she couldn't take an entire week off of work. Really upset her about herself, but really for the biggest part, it was for her kids. They were really looking forward to wearing their little outfits in the wedding. Jamie said, to be quite honest, yeah, she was angry, but she also didn't want to make a big deal about it. And she wanted just try to keep the peace because she knew that her mom was really going to be angry. So she figured it best if she just didn't attend the wedding like she was told she couldn't, and just try to keep peace just for Chris's sake, if nothing else. Chris called his parents and asked them if he could have $1,000 because him and Shanann had decided that they wanted their favorite restaurant, the Brazilian Steakhouse, to cater their wedding. So when Chris asked Cindy if they had $1,000, well, actually, Cindy was shocked at the request, especially since she honestly thought he was calling to apologize for Shanann being so mean to Jamie and kicking her and the kids entirely from the wedding. Cindy told Chris that they did not have $1,000 just laying around, and the only thing Chris said to his mom, well, then you're going to have to pay for your own food. Well, Cindy came back at him and said, Chris, we really need to talk about Shanann kicking your sister and niece and nephew out of your wedding. Chris was like, I didn't even call you about that. And he flat hung up the phone on his mother. Cindy said after Chris treated her that way on the phone and seemed to have no care in the world that his sister and niece and nephew had been hurt, she said that was it. That was it for them. She said that her and Ronnie would not go either. Ronnie, as usual, really didn't have much to say about Jamie and the kids being kicked out of the wedding. Cindy said she told Ronnie that he could go ahead and go if he wanted to, but Ronnie, being Ronnie, decided just to stay behind as well. Now, Cindy does say today that that really is something that both her and Ronnie do regret. And she wishes that they would have just swallowed their pride and went anyway. Because in the years to come after the wedding, that is something that was always thrown up in their faces. And that was that they did not even attend their own son's wedding. The whole truth is not known out there. Almost everybody thinks it's because I didn't like Shanann. Now, this is what Cindy said. It's not why we didn't attend. Yeah, I was angry at the way she treated Jamie and the kids. Of course I was. But I'd still planned to go to the wedding with Ronnie. But when Chris called and talked to me like dirt, yeah, I got angry. And yeah, I regret that a lot. Now, the author describes the way everything was set up for the ceremony in the book, and everything does sound very beautifully done. She says that it looked like there was enough seating there for probably 100 people, but not even half of the seats were taken by the attending guests. The author goes on to explain how the ceremony is conducted, with the party coming in ahead of Shanann and her father, Frank Sr. She also mentions that Chris's grandmother and his best friend Mark are there, but not even Chris's aunt or uncle attended. And really, it's not even known why they didn't go, and they thought it could have been because they thought Shanann got upset with them because she did make a rude remark to them about the wedding gift that they had bought and given to them a week before the wedding. See, they had bought him a really nice set of kitchen knives. And Shanann said that was a pointless thing to have given them, seeing as they couldn't even bring it to Colorado with them because they wasn't going to let them bring it on the plane. Now, we've all seen the photos of Chris and Shanann holding up the yellow towel and slinging them in air at their wedding. And these towels represent Shanann's favorite football team, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, many people assume that it was Chris that was totally obsessed with the Steelers. And obviously he would pull for them, but actually it was Shanann that was a huge fan of the Steelers when they very first met. Chris looked overweight in his tuxedo during the bride and groom dance, and he had definitely gained some weight since he proposed to Shanann while they were on the beach. Now, allegedly, the reason that he gained so much weight since their engagement is that Shanann had told him that she was not going to marry anyone that was slimmer than she was. So Chris stopped going to the gym for his 2-hour workouts each day before and after work until after their wedding. At the wedding, after all of the one-on-one special dances, finally some of the other guests will take to the dance floor, and the author says that it is a rap song, which really doesn't look good at an all-white wedding. Wait, see, why not? Like, I don't understand why the author said a rap song isn't appropriate for an all-white wedding. If the bride and groom like the song or the music, then what's the problem? I mean, I'm just not jiving with all the white this, white that that's in this book. I don't know, it's kind of starting to annoy me, just to be honest. She goes on into explaining that when Chris danced with Mark's mother, Christine, that Christine was a absolutely strikingly beautiful woman. And she says that she actually stood out among the other guests there because she was very well dressed. She says that Mark's mother looks uncomfortable as hell dancing to that song with Chris, and she just kept rubbing Chris's shoulders, looking like she was trying to console him or something. I say that she thought it was kind of sad seeing Chris dance with Mark's mother, because his mom and Cindy were lifetime best friends. And they had been all their lives, but since the murders, and since August the 13th of 2018, the author says that Christina has not even spoken to Cindy and will not even answer her phone calls. Now, after all the dances, Chris goes into removing Shanann's garter. Everyone goes out in the hall and they eat finger foods. After everyone eats, they all play musical chairs. Chris wins, and then after musical chairs, a game called Trivia Shoes is played. Now, this is a game that the newly married couple are being asked random questions to answer. The author explains how the game is played. It just seems odd to me. Anyway, I've never heard of it, but so the DJ is getting ready for the next big thing on the list, and he asks Chris and Shanann, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And Shanann says, "Oh yeah." So the DJ announces that anyone that would like to have a dance with the bride or the groom has to pay $1 for the dance. Then the DJ goes on to say that any money raised will be donated to the Lupus Foundation. But seeing as there really were not that many people there, the author says honestly that she guesstimates that they made under $10. Now, the book does go on into all of the questions that were asked during this Trivia Shoe Challenge. These questions were asked of Chris and Shanann, and there are many in the book, but just a couple of them were. The DJ asked the question, "Who said I love you first?" Shanann said, "I did." And Chris said, "Shanann." The DJ asked, "Who wins the most fights and arguments?" And Shanann said, "I do." And Chris said, "She does." And the DJ asked, "Who gets hit on the most?" And Shanann said, "I do." Chris said, "Shanann." See, these questions were all pre-written for the DJ to ask, and he did refuse to ask some, so there was a new quizzer that had to come up, take his place to continue asking some of these questions, because yeah, they were raunchy as hell, and honestly very damn weird to have been asked or answered in front of parents, family, children that were in attendance. So yeah, they're all in the book, and there again, I do recommend buying the book, because there's just, as I say, I don't put everything in my synopsis. There's a lot in this book, so again, I recommend buying it. At the time of this recording, if you do have Kindle Unlimited, it is free to read there with Kindle Unlimited. But anyway, moving on into the next chapter. Chapter 10. This chapter begins with the author talking about Colorado being a very outdoorsy sort of state, as well as it being one of the most expensive states to live in within the entire USA. She gives an example of the price of living in Colorado as opposed to the price of living in North Carolina. And she does this from the housing market perspective, saying that Shanann's home that she briefly owned in North Carolina, that if it were in Colorado in the same sort of upscale neighborhood as it had been in North Carolina, like a replica of that house would have a purchase price of $3 million in Colorado. Now, most everyone in Colorado is very athletic and very outdoorsy, but it does almost require a family to have both parents working as well as both parents to have college degrees. People from Colorado are easily spotted in a crowd. This is what the author claims. She says Colorado people do not even look like the rest of the people in America. No Colorado person has 1 inch of body fat. They are tanned and dress outdoorsy and casual, with t-shirts, flip-flops, shorts, jeans, and etc. She says they all work out and they are all very fit people. Well, I'm not sure. I have to say I cannot agree with her on nobody there has 1 inch of body fat. They're human. Not to mention, I have seen photos of people from Colorado, and yes, definitely some of them has more than 1 inch of body fat. She goes on to say that even though Colorado people can easily afford to drive Mercedes and Jaguars, they choose to drive economy cars and family-style SUVs. They may appear to be very casual and chilled-out people, but make no mistake, they are extremely intelligent. The Dietz family fit right in there, with Gina being a nurse and her husband being an engineer. They had all of the credentials and degrees to succeed very well in Colorado. And Shanann wanted nothing more than follow in the footsteps of her good friend, Gina Dietz. She was obviously very inspired and impressed with what she saw when she and Chris visited them there for Thanksgiving in 2011. Now, the Dietz live in Broomfield, Colorado. This is a beautiful town in Colorado. Broomfield is in close proximity to some of the best things that Colorado has to offer. They have things such as the very best public schools, colleges, recreational activities, and even their weather. The one thing that had to also be taken into consideration that Chris and Shanann did not seem to be concerned with at all was the extreme difference in the cost of living and buying a home there, which was a large difference than what they were used to in North Carolina. Now, on just the bare average, a family would really need to make around $150,000 a year just to maintain a normal, regular lifestyle in Colorado. Just the basic, modern-style 3-bedroom ranch house in Colorado would start at $415,000. The way Shanann was seeing things and weighing her options, since things was really not panning out too well in North Carolina at the time that they visited the Dietz in Colorado. See, she had quit her job at Dirty South, and of course her job as being a nanny for the Dietz, well, it wasn't there anymore either because they had done moved to Colorado. So the only things that she was really doing for work in North Carolina was just a couple of MLM side hustles. She was selling Amway and a weight loss product. And her main income, and the only actual income that she could count on coming in, was her being a sales rep at Gap. And then there was also this issue with Chris's family. Like, she literally could not stand them, and she wanted to move as far away from them with Chris as she could. Shanann wanted to have the same life as the Dietz, even though she knew in the beginning they was not going to have as much money as the Dietz had. She knew with some time and some planning that they could have as much and even more as they had. The main reason for that, her and Chris were younger than the Dietz family, so they had youth on their side. Now, Shanann knew that she was going to have to convince Chris to move away from his family, and she knew that may be a little bit of a problem because Chris and his family, they were all very close. Shanann really didn't even understand that either or grasp the concept because she really wasn't that close with her family, except for her dad, of course, which she never had any problem or second thoughts about leaving him anyway. Now, another little curveball that she was going to have to deal with probably was that Chris was kind of very excited about an up-and-coming interview that he had in North Carolina with the NASCAR development. And if he was accepted for that job, which he probably would have been, he would be $200,000 a year. And see, even if that didn't work out with that job, The job he had now at Ford had already promised him that within a few years he was going to be at a position there, and he would be making $200,000 a year there also. So all of those things considering, Shanann may have a little issue with Chris agreeing to move to Colorado. She knew, though, that she was going to have to get Chris on board with moving there because she was absolutely done with North Carolina, and when she left there, she never wanted to go back, except maybe just to visit, and even with that, those visits would be very few and far between. She knew she definitely could not have the life that she wanted in Colorado by herself. So she figured, well, they were getting married, so surely Chris would see her reasoning and not give her any backlash about the move. So Shanann talked to Chris, and Chris knew how bad the lupus made her feel, and he knew how it kept her from living and enjoying her life the way she wanted to. So she told him that Colorado would absolutely be the only way she could ever get better, or she would ever even get well from this cruel disease. She told him that even her doctor agreed that Colorado air would make all of the difference in the world with having lupus. Shanann's parents were not opposed at all to their move and stood by Shanann's decision 100%. Chris did really love and respect her parents very much, and they did him as well. So Chris never even tried to break Shanann's spirits of a beautiful, healthy life in Colorado. So of course, Chris said, okay, and that was that. Upon arriving in Colorado, Chris immediately started his new job at Longmont Ford that the Deeds had hooked him up with because they knew people there. He was making $80,000 a year starting pay, and that's not really too bad for a 25-year-old. The only thing is he was working some very long hours there, also working 6 days a week. Now everything was falling into place, and the Deeds was not charging them 1 cent for living in their basement, while they saved all the money that Chris was making for their down payment for their future home. Shanann was already excited because she had found a small little town in Colorado called Frederick. This was a nice little town where the living expenses was much less than they were in Broomfield, and especially the housing market prices. Average upper middle class income there was $81K a year, and buying a new and nice home was around $400,000 price range. Now Shanann's credit was terrible. It was even shot to hell. Chris had outstanding credit, and his annual income met the home buyer's loan requirements easily at Longmont. So everything was honestly perfect to set up a brand new amazing life in Colorado. So Chris applied for the loan for the big house model that Shanann picked out, and of course he was approved with no problem at all, and so it started. Shanann had bigger plans for Chris, however. She was impressed with a guy named Tony Robbins. He's a very successful motivational speaker. So she enrolled Chris into some online classes for motivational speaking. She knew Chris was a quiet and shy person, but he could surely get out of that. She would help him along and help him to be more of an extrovert like she is. He could work at Longmont during the day, and when he got back to the Deetses in the evening, he could take the classes and do the assignments until he went to bed. And on Sunday, he could work on his online classes during the day as well. Shanann knew this was going to be an amazing second income for their family, besides of his Longmont job. When Chris had his first presentation for the motivational speaking, he was very awkward, and his anxiety was showing extremely much. He was even stuttering from time to time and pacing back and forth, and you could tell he was just extremely uncomfortable standing in front of the Deets family audience. Now, even though Shanann was back in North Carolina still, she watched his presentation on YouTube, and she praised him in the comments and told him what an amazing job he had done. Even she seen how nervous and awkward that he came off, and she knew this was not going to be something that Chris was going to be able to accomplish. So she just kind of marked that off of the list, stopped even asking him about the classes anymore after that. Now it seemed from the outside looking in that Chris and Shanann was moving in fast forward rather quickly after Chris moved to Colorado ahead of Shanann. The wedding would be in November, and just a few months into the new year of 2013, they would be moving into their brand new McMansion, and they were also expecting their first baby, a little girl. Shanann had already named her Bella Marie, middle name Marie, being after Shanann's mom, Sandy, and also Sandy's sister, Shanann's aunt, Sharon. Also, her initials, BMW, like the car. It was perfect. And of course, Chris said he liked it too. Bella Marie was born on December the 17th of 2013. And they all three enjoyed their first Christmas together as a family inside their big McMansion. Going on to the new year of 2014, and Bella was 1 month old, when Shanann decided that it was time for Chris to have a job change. See, he was a mechanic and he worked these long hours, which made his hands cramp up from all of the turning of the wrenches and screwdrivers and things like that. Shanann knew that he had carpal tunnel syndrome. There was really no reason for him to see a doctor about it because she knew exactly what the problem was and what he had without a doubt. So she told him that he was going to have to quit his job at Longmont and go to work doing something in the oil industry. There was plenty of jobs in the oil industry where they lived, and besides, Chris was working 6 long days a week and only had Sunday off. And that was just too much now that Bella was born. Chris needed to be home much more with her and get a better bond with her and help with her needs. And he also needed a job where he would be off and home on the weekends. He was not spending nearly enough time with her and Bella. And by the time he got home from work, Bella was being laid down for the night. So this Longmont job was just not working out anymore as it was before Bella was born. What Shanann really wished Chris was an engineer like Mr. Deeds was. And he could be. But he just had to get his foot in the right door. And being a mechanic at Longmont just wasn't the right door. Shanann was very inspired by the Deeds family. She had even taken out a $15,000 student loan herself to take nursing classes. She had only attended, though, a few months of those classes when she dropped out and moved to Colorado. But Chris could do it if he would just put his head into it and try harder than he did with the motivational speaking. He could be an engineer just like Mr. Deeds. He just had to work it and not slack up or quit. Chris didn't argue with Shanann. Shanann had been a very successful person that owned a mansion when he met her, so he done as he was told. He quit his $80,000 a year job at Longmont, and he started employment in the oil industry where Shanann had found him a job. And being that Chris had no prior knowledge in the oil industry or any sort of experience at all in that line of work, he was started out as just a regular field worker with a pay of $40,000 a year. Chris was worried about that pay cut being half of what he was earning, and the fact that he was still turning wrenches and screwdrivers and working with his hands. In his own mind, he honestly thought that the job change didn't make any sense, especially seeing as how now they really needed the money with a $400,000 home mortgage as well as a new baby. And that's not even mentioning the other random bills and necessities that the family needed. But he did not question Shanann, and he didn't even act like he was the least bit leery or worried. He put that hard hat right on his head, and he went out to work in the oil field at his new job. Part 6, Chapters 11 and 12. A Portrait of Cindy Watts, 2013 and 2014. Now, this chapter goes back into the letter and the paragraphs from Sandy Rusek to Detective Baumover. Chris spoiled Shanann and vice versa. They were so much in love, and they were a great team. They moved to Colorado, and they lived with Shanann's friend for a year. This was while they were building their house. Everything was great. Shanann saw something on Chris's private parts, and it didn't look normal. So they went to the doctor's. Cancer. It was removed. She saved his life. Cindy kind of has a short response to this. It was obviously an uncomfortable moment for her, being that she was his mom. Basically, all she said was Shanann had seen a spot on Chris's penis one time. Cindy and Ronnie were in Colorado at the time this happened, and they were visiting with them. Shanann took a photo of Chris's penis and sent it to Ronnie's phone. Ronnie deleted the picture. There was never any doctor visit at all about this, and it was never mentioned again by either Chris or Shanann. So see there, Sandy says that he did go to the doctor and have it removed and it was cancer. Cindy says that he never went to the doctor with it. Ronnie deleted the photo almost immediately, and there was nothing ever mentioned about it again. So, okay, the next paragraph in the letter, Shanann got pregnant with Bella Marie. Chris and Shanann were working at the Ford dealership in Longmont. Shanann was selling cars. Chris was the head mechanic. They were a great team. Shanann was top sales. And Bella came, so Shanann had to stop working because of a high-risk pregnancy. She was a trooper, though, through the whole thing. Both families seemed happy, and Chris's sister never even flew to Colorado at any time they were out there. Cindy's reply. Shanann announced the pregnancy of Bella in April on Facebook. Cindy says that her and Ronnie called them and everyone agreed to put the past behind them and to try and start with a clean slate, a fresh start. And even though they do not have much money, they used their credit cards and they bought Bella a $600 stroller and a $400 high chair that Shanann had asked for. Cindy adds that Sandy was correct and everyone did seem very happy. But she goes on to say that she thinks that maybe she and Ronnie were more relieved than happy. And that's not to take anything away from the fact that they were extremely happy about the new grandbaby coming. They were ecstatic about that. It is that by the time that they learned of the pregnancy through a friend on Facebook, they had already started blaming themselves for their son having not even spoken to them in many, many months. And her and Ronnie had already decided between them that no matter what had happened and why they didn't go to the wedding, that they needed to make up for that somehow. So they were prepared to buy, do, or say whatever Chris and Shanann asked of them, and somehow prove to them that they did love them and they were very sorry for not going to the wedding. She adds, though, that as far as how long Shanann worked at Longmont, she really didn't know. Doing the math, though, she thought it was probably only a few months, and her pregnancy was not high risk. She did not take any sort of fertility treatments as far as Cindy knows. They got married in November, and she was expecting by February. So 4 months is really not considered a long time to try to conceive. Cindy said that Chris absolutely was not the head mechanic at Longmont. Now, he could have been, and he would have been making up to $200,000 a year there. But she said to get to that position would have taken him many years. He only worked there about a year before he quit. Chris was a line mechanic there, but with him working 6 days a week and with extended hours every day, he was making between $60 to $80K a year already. Now, Cindy adds that this high income there was most likely why he was approved for that $400K home loan. Shanann said she did not profit at all and make any money on the home that she had sold in North Carolina, and she also had to sell it furnished. Shanann even asked Chris to total out the Escalade, but he wouldn't do it. She had to give that back to Dirty South. But Cindy says she has no clue whatever became of that or anything at all about it. Chris's job at Longmont was a very good job, and he liked it, but he did work all the time. Shanann told him that he had carpal tunnel syndrome, and he needed to quit. So he quit, and he started working at Anadarko. Every skill and trade and dream that he had worked for his entire life was gone now when he stopped being a mechanic to go to work at Anadarko. Cindy told him making that choice never made any sense to her. Shanann had said that working in the oil industry was more prestigious. Cindy added that they did not design and build their house. Their house was in a pre-planned subdivision, and there were a few model homes that they could choose from that could be built on that property. Shanann chose the largest model allowed in the community there. Cindy and Ronnie went to visit Chris and Shanann 2 times a year. Okay, going into the next paragraph from Sandy Rousseff. Shanann worked at Children's Hospital at nights, and she sold 31 travel bags on the side. Everything was good. Shanann got pregnant with Celeste, and pregnancy was really rough on Shanann with her lupus. Very high-risk pregnancy again. But only this one was worse for Shanann because she had lots of water weight gain, severe back pain, shortness of breath, pains in her chest, fatigue, and exhaustion. Cindy's response. If Shanann was having high-risk pregnancy, no one, including her or Chris, told anyone that I am aware of, and that's including us. She did not look sick. She looked healthy and happy. They may have been having some financial issues. I'm not sure. Shanann had picked up a shift job that her friend Gina Dietz helped her get at the hospital that she was a nurse at. Her shifts were very infrequent. She was a PRN shift worker. She worked at home 90% of the time. Cindy says that she doesn't know if Shanann made any money on the other things that she sold on the side. But what she did know was that they had a very large mortgage payment and a young toddler and another one on the way. And they only had the one car, and that was Chris's Mustang. They didn't have any furniture in that big house, so they used all these credit cards. She also said that when she first learned that Chris and Shanann were expecting, it was a total shock and surprise. It was a great one, but it was a total surprise because she did not think that they would ever be able to have any children. And the reason she thought that was at their post-marriage breakfast, and Cindy's best friend, Mark Jameson's mother, attended it with Shanann and Chris. And her best friend had told her that Shanann said while she was laughing, "Oh, Cindy's really going to be mad at me again. I have endometriosis, and I won't be able to have any children." Cindy said that when her best friend told her Shanann had said that, it really didn't surprise her because she had already told us that she had lupus and fibromyalgia. So when she did end up having babies, it was a surprise. A great, happy surprise, but a surprise nonetheless. At some point during the year of 2015, and before Cece was born, Shanann's brother Frankie Jr. went to Chris and Shanann's house to live with them. Shanann had told them that he was coming there to live for a while to help him with his drug problem. Cindy also added that she didn't really personally know if it was true that Frankie had a drug problem or not, because she did not really know what was truth and what wasn't anymore that they had told her. But she does love Frankie, and he is just a sweetheart. He's always been. Anyway, Frankie left later that summer, and later on Shanann and Frankie told Cindy and Ronnie the reason that Frankie left was because he got tired of being their butler. Their whole family really loved Frankie. He was such a sweet and nice kid, and he got along great with their whole family, and now they don't even get to talk to him anymore. Now, as far as Jamie never going to Colorado, yes, that is indeed true. Jamie does not like to be in the middle of any kind of drama, especially with family. And unfortunately, and this is the truth, any of us that were ever around Chris and Shanann, it always did end up in some kind of drama. But Frankie never went back to Colorado again after that either. And when Shanann and the girls came to North Carolina for the 6 weeks, that was the first time that Frankie or Jamie had ever met Cece. The next paragraph of Sandy's letter to Balmover. My husband sold everything but our house, and we moved out to live with them to help our daughter in every way we could. Frank and I had to work to pay our bills, too. We were there for 15 months. Cindy's response. This is true. They did something except for their home. Even the pond with the fish in it. They did have their house up for sale to begin with, and Frankie and his girlfriend and her kids were still living in it. But they did take it off the market at some point also. Chris and Shanann put them in the basement of their home. It was an unfinished basement. Sandy also told Cindy that they were also told to pay $1,000 a month rent and help out with the girls while they lived there. She added that Frank and Sandy had both told her that the reason they moved there was so they could be closer to their grandchildren. They never said anything about it being because of any illnesses. Cindy was there when Cece was born, and Shanann was fabulous. She looked and felt great. So much so that when Cece was only 2 days old, Shanann and Cece went to the Denver Zoo with all the rest of us. Cindy says that she is sure that it was probably hard on Frank and Sandy financially while they were in Colorado because they were having to continue to pay the mortgage on their home in North Carolina where Frankie and his girlfriend were living. Both of them had to get jobs while they lived. Sandy went to work doing hair and Frankie drove a delivery truck for either Lowe's or Home Depot. But when they did get those jobs, it did help them with their finances, but it also left Shanann being short on child care during the day while Chris was at work. So she registered both of the girls at Primrose School. The next paragraph of Sandy's letter. Chris's mom came out to watch the girls for a few days while Shanann and Chris went on a business trip with her company. 4 nights and 5 days. During that time, we were not allowed to see our grandchildren or even eat dinner with them as soon as we got home. She took them upstairs and she stayed upstairs. She would not let us hold them or anything, and I found that very odd. One day I asked her why, and she said, "What the hell am I here for then?" She screamed it in my face in front of my granddaughters and said that I was very controlling. And I was just like, wow. So I texted Shanann over and over again, and she said, "Relax, Mom. I'll take care of it when we get home." It was ridiculous. I never spoke to Chris's mom again. I'd had enough. Cindy's response. Cindy agrees with Shanann that the trip she made to Colorado that time was disastrous. She said that Chris and Shanann had asked her to come and watch the girls while her and Chris went on a trip to Punta Cana for another MLM company that she had started selling for. They bought her the ticket to fly there. Shanann even offered to put the girl. Cindy said that they had a great time, and the subdivision where they live was all set up great for families to have things to do right there in their community. Frank and Sandy bought the girls a bouncy house that was set up in the dining room. There was no dining room set there because Chris and Shanann had sold it for $300 for whatever reasons. Cindy says that they may have sold it to have extra money to go to Punta Cana, but she really didn't know. The big argument actually began in the morning. Sandy is a very loud and demanding woman, and each morning, before she would leave to go to her job, she would belt out the orders of the day on how I needed to take care of the girls. That morning, one of her orders was for me to get inside the bouncy house with the girls and jump up and down with them. She even got in the house herself and showed me how I was supposed to do it. She wanted me to get inside the house and show her how I would do it with the girls. Cindy said that she wouldn't do that, and she told Sandy no, she didn't want to get in the house with them right now. Well, Sandy was not impressed whatsoever with her answer. She snapped back at Cindy and said, "Don't you even know how to play with kids?" Cindy was kind of shocked by Sandy snapping at her like she was a child herself, and she said, "Yes, of course I know how to interact with children, but your way and my way is different, and I will be fine without any supervision from you." After Sandy left, Cindy took the girls and they went upstairs to their playroom. Cindy wanted to add that they absolutely did eat dinner with the Ruseks. As soon as the girls heard Frank and Sandy come in, they would both rush down the stairs to see them. The girls loved Frank and Sandy. They would run downstairs all the time, and they also did not go to bed at their scheduled bedtimes because she would not give them their bedtime medication. But Cindy was not the only one that did not give them this bedtime medication. Frank and Sandy didn't give it to them either. Cindy says that maybe Sandy did not like them being given medicine to sleep every night either, because that was the one thing that Sandy never complained to her about. Cindy does admit, though, that she wished she would have been able to cuddle with them until they went to sleep that week. She really had hoped that week that she could bond with them some more. But they were more used to Frank and Sandy, and the girls loved them more because they knew them better and they spent more time with them. Another thing about them not getting their bedtime medicine was they would wake up many times during the night. So she broke another rule that she was given by Shanann. She would let the girls sleep with her in Chris and Shanann's bed. She says one night while she was trying to get them to go back to sleep, Sandy started talking badly about her in the way that she was trying to get them to go to sleep. Cindy says she absolutely did say, Well, what am I even here for then? And she got up and went downstairs and sat on the couch and just cried, feeling like she could not do anything right or anything that would please Miss Rosek. But she says immediately after she said it, she felt very bad about saying it because Bella was there and she did hear her say it. It had been a frustrating day anyway. Sandy had jumped on her earlier that evening about making a small scratch on one of Shanann's frying pans. She did walk back upstairs, and Sandy was in Cece's room with her. And Cindy said that she did apologize to Cindy for saying that in front of Bella. And Sandy accepted her apology. And Cindy said that she and Sandy had a very nice heart-to-heart conversation. Sandy told Cindy that she loved Chris, but she just wished that he would speak up more to Shanann. Sandy said that if Chris did not learn to speak up more, then one day he is going to end up rebelling. Cindy said that she agreed with Sandy, and she believes that Sandy was also thinking there may end up being some kind of problems in their marriage at some point down the road if Chris didn't start sticking up for himself, but neither one of us would have ever imagined the problems would have been this. Now, that same time when Chris and Shanann got home, Shanann and her mother got into a very heated argument. Sandy was so upset that she packed all of her things into her car, even their dogs, and left. She was in such a hurry that she did not even say goodbye to Chris or the girls. Shanann tried to talk her dad into staying there with them and just to let her mom go by herself, but Frank would not, so they both left. The next paragraph of Sandy Rusek's letter. After 15 months, I moved back home. It was hard to leave, but I felt it was for the best. I have been home now 17 months later, and my whole family is dead. My beautiful daughter and beautiful grandchildren, all dead. Cindy's response, they are all dead. God help us all. And he killed them. I have no answers. All I have is sadness and endless regret. Questions every day. Could I have done more? Done less? Did I make him like this? Was there something I should have done differently? Could I have stopped it? I miss the girls so much. They had so many years of life to live, and he took that from them. She says her life is like a shell of who she was before all of this happened. She says, I know grief, confusion, and despair. It walks with me every second of every day, and the confusion is that I don't think I even know my own son. The next paragraph is Rusek. Everything seemed fine. Our daughter never spoke about anything bad. She did speak to us about bankruptcy and a lot of debt with all the medical bills. Cindy's reply. We never knew anything about the bankruptcy. Chris never told us anything about them having financial problems. Probably because he thought his dad would be disappointed in him leaving a good-paying job for one that paid half as much. And he wouldn't have told me because he knows I would have asked him how they got into that situation. After the murders, Cindy said that she did find out that they had filed bankruptcy in 2015 and that the majority of the debt that they had was not medical bills. There was $70,000 worth of unsecured debt from things that they had bought on credit with credit cards. Chris had sold his Mustang at some point to use as a down payment for Shanann's Lexus. Cindy said it was disheartening to her when she looked at those bankruptcy papers, seeing that they had spent so much money for just clothes and random things, and to go on trips that they could not even afford. Sandy and Frank had even had to give them the money to pay for their passports when they went to Punta Cana. And what Cindy says she just cannot understand is if they could not afford to buy passports, then how in this world could they afford to even go on the trip, or any of those trips? Cindy says that Chris now tells her that he had no idea how bad their financial situation really was. But Cindy really doesn't believe that entirely, because how could he not know? And there they were, only 2 years after filing this bankruptcy, right back in it again. With the bills that they had and the money that was coming into the home, they did not even have enough left over their bills to buy food or pay their utilities. Yet, they were going on these expensive trips and buying all these clothes and toys and everything else. Shanann having her nails done a couple times a month. Cindy says that Chris and Shanann treated money like it was monopoly money and used credit like it was free money, just something there to give you something free, saying that the banks that were giving them all of this credit must have been crazy too, because what kind of bank would be giving those two credit? That is beyond me. Sandy's next paragraph. Bella and Celeste went back and forth to doctors, misdiagnosed for 2 years. I told Shanann that they had asthma, and she needed to fire that doctor. One day she went in, and the PA was there, and she diagnosed them with asthma. Finally, the girls were doing great. Other than earplugs put in, and the girls being very allergic to tree nuts, which would have caused them death. Cindy's response. The girls suffered from failure to diagnose. It seemed the people in their lives were never able to get the diagnosis that they wanted for the girls. Neither one of the girls ever had any sort of asthma problems when I was there. Bella didn't have any allergies at all. But Shanann told Cindy that nothing Cece was allergic to, Bella could. Cindy says she does not think that either girl had any allergies at all, really. And she also does not think that they should have been given bedtime medicine every night to knock them out to sleep. Another thing that she can't get past is they went to that birthday party where there was ice cream cake there, and all they could do was stand there and look at the other kids enjoying it, but none for them on the last day of their lives. Sandy Rusak's next paragraph. Celeste was born with her esophagus too small. They went in 3 times to enlarge it. Steroids like crazy to help her breathe for 1.5 years or longer, all until they were diagnosed with asthma. Then Shanann with her next surgery, which out of pocket was $25,000 that they owed. So that's why they were in so much debt. Cindy's response. Shanann's next surgery was after they filed bankruptcy, and with the surgery being an elective surgery, insurance was not covering it. I'm sure it was very costly, the same as the majority of the tests that the girls had ran. Cindy was there when Cece was born. Sandy was not, and she says that if there was anything wrong with Cece when she was born, it sure did not show. She was a very active and happy little girl. From birth, the girls were left in their cribs to cry it out. Chris had told Cindy this was some sort of method Shanann was using called baby wise, but it was awful. 12 hours sleeping at night and then 2 to 3 hour naps. And Cindy did stay for a little bit after Cece was born to help with her, and she had asked Shanann if she could just go up there and rock her a little bit, and Shanann told her fast and sharp and gave her a solid no. Shanann took pride that she had never gave in to neither one of the girls on the baby wise. They cried out. That's the sleep rule. And there was no way that Shanann was going to allow me to go in there with my old-fashioned ways and ruin her perfect record using the baby wise method. But it was a terrible, horrible, cold thing. At 6 p.m. every single night, the bedtime medicine must be given, Tylenol and Benadryl, whether they were sick or not. They had to be in bed by 6:30 and absolutely no later than 7 p.m. And those very loud rain machines turned on. Cindy says she was given strict orders to never go into their rooms after they had been put in bed, no matter if they were crying or not. Cindy said that many nights when she was there, she would watch Bella on that monitor, and Bella would get out of her bed and crawl over to the bookshelf and get a book and open it. She could not even see it because the room was pitch black from the blackout curtains. Bella would just sit there in the corner in the dark room holding that book that she could not see. Cindy said she would watch this and she would silently just cry to herself for Bella. She said that when Chris and Shanann weren't there, though, there was no bedtime medicine given to them. She would let them stay up late and even let them sleep in the bed with her if they wanted to. She said she did not follow their rules with all of that, and maybe she was being disrespectful of their rules, but whatever. What Cindy can't understand about Cece's asthma is that if she had asthma, letting her cry it out like that, and she would cry it out very hard, wouldn't that set off her asthma and make her coughing terribly? Wouldn't that affect her breathing? At this point, Cindy was really on a roll. She went on to say, and that damn rectal thermometer really made me sick to my stomach. Both of the girls hated that thing, but Shanann said that they had fever syndrome, and she had to take it like that. Bella even started using it on her dolls like that. The next paragraph of Sandy Rusek's letter. Before Shanann came to North Carolina, Celeste had a rash in her private area, and she went to get a face cloth and some cream. Chris had the phone, and I said to Chris to let me see how bad it is, because I am an aide, and I still couldn't see it. So I said, wait, let me move my screen, because I couldn't see it. Well, he put it right up on her private parts. Oh, I was mad. All Cindy could really say about this is that, to her, and in her opinion, they were all strange. Shanann, her parents, and even Chris was strange and different now. It was like Shanann sent Ronnie a picture of our son's penis. Now, to us, that was very strange, and not something that we wanted to open that message and see. But there they were, taking a photo like that to send to his parents, acting like it is a perfectly normal thing to do. Well, it's not normal to us at all. Even photos of the girls in the hospital, sitting on the bathroom, sitting on the toilet. All very weird and very over-the-top and necessary in my opinion. So hearing this odd photo being taken really does not surprise me. Sandy's next paragraph. Shanann wanted to come for 6 weeks this summer so she can introduce the girls to Chris's sister, who had never met Celeste or Uncle Frankie, our son. Before the year started, back to school, dance classes, etc. It was the best time being now. We were thrilled. Shanann stayed the week here and weekends with Chris's parents. Cindy's response. Cindy says it's really hard and she had no idea why Shanann came to North Carolina for so long. She says maybe it was because they were losing their home in Colorado and may have to move back to North Carolina and live with either her or his parents. Maybe she came to see how it would go if they did end up having to do that. Also, while she was here, she did go and look at 2 different very expensive houses. Maybe she thought that they could start over again here like they did in Colorado. Homes that she knew her nor Chris had good enough credit to qualify for. Due to all of the credit card debt as well as the bankruptcy 2 years before that, and they would also have the foreclosure on their credit now from the Colorado home. So they would most likely have no other choice than to move in with one of their parents if they did move back to North Carolina. Also speculated is the reason that Shanann's name is so well known to people all over the world is because she was just so amazingly beautiful, and not because she was a saint or anything like that. It was her beauty that made her so known. Now she uses examples like, if O.J. Simpson had murdered his housekeeper instead of his gorgeous wife, would there really been that much attention brought to it? Well, in my opinion, and my answer to the author's question here is yes, I do believe there would have been as much attention, even if it had been the housekeeper, due to the fact of O.J.'s name being known in every American household. I do not know what his housekeeper even looked like. However, I also do not feel like the Watts case got so huge and had such an impact around the world because Shanann was so beautiful either. I personally believe it was more so because of how the girls and their little bodies was disposed of in the oil tanks, but of course that is my personal opinion. Also, in the book, she uses Charles Manson as an example, and if the beautiful Sharon Tate had not been one of the Manson family victims, then the Manson family case would not have been known as well as it was. And again, I disagree there. The Manson family also murdered some very powerful people other than the gorgeous Sharon Tate. What about the Harris of the coffee giant Folgers, Abigail Folger? Also the LaBianchis owned a large chain of grocery stores, well-known grocery stores in California. The author goes on to talk about Manson's shitty music, which, to be honest, I fully agree it was bad. But even from prison, he was hired by some very well-known bands to write some of their best hits, one of those bands being the well-known Guns N' Roses. Okay, moving on. The book goes into, at this point, talking about the families of both Chris and Shanann and how both families were modest, middle-class, hard-working people. Neither family was rich, but both parents having their own work and working every day for their families. Also, their children. Both families had the shining star, gorgeous daughters that were both extroverts, and both sons being more shy and introverted. Cindy's never traveled outside her home state her entire life until Chris moved to Colorado, and for the losses that both families have suffered, they both lost a child. Even though Cindy and Ronnie can still see and speak to Chris, their hearts feel like they have lost him as well. They know he will never step foot back into their home, never be at another barbecue, never go to another race or football game at all the things that really made them a family, and they lost 2 of their grandchildren. But the Ruseks lost even more. They lost their only daughter and both of their grandchildren. Grandchildren that they were extremely close to and had even moved across the country to be closer to them. And the girls loved both of their grandparents, Frank and Sandy, immensely. The author goes on to talk about how she had gotten to know Cindy very well through speaking with her while she was writing this book. And she explains that Cindy was a very polite and caring person, and how she absolutely does see both sides of what happened here. She is very unbiased when speaking of their losses as well as the Ruseks, and how Cindy does not think highly of herself at all, and she always questions herself on what she could have done differently as a mother, and if she missed something. And she absolutely does let all of the ruthless hate and the words on social media get to her very much. This is the entire reason that all of this happened. They're constantly calling them names like psycho, evil, narcissistic. Some even believe that Cindy did give Cece pistachio ice cream party, which in reality, it was not pistachio ice cream at all. It was a small vanilla cup that was in the back of the freezer of the fridge. Shanann was well aware that the cup was even in there. Cindy paid over $300 for the cart of groceries that Shanann filled up for her and the girls. It was actually Jamie's 10-year-old daughter that got the vanilla ice cream cup from the freezer, and she was eating it. This entire story was blown completely out of proportion so many times. There was so much false information going around about Nutgate. Now, during Cindy's victim impact statement at the sentencing, that she had to basically beg the judge to even allow her to have the opportunity to have that statement at all. Gene Powers, who was the victim's advocate, had sat down with Ronnie and Cindy before court even began and told them that they should tell their son and the world how much they do support and love him. Now, she told them to say this, and how they will always love him no matter what. Now, this was very bad advice from that advocate, and that is what started all the rumors and the hate they received. Gene Powers sat with them as they wrote their statements. She read them and told both Ronnie and Cindy they were perfect. Gene Powers assured Cindy that she's going to be fine and she was doing great, and her witness statement was perfect. Chapter 13. This chapter talks about the notorious Christmas video of 2017, where Chris is dressed as Santa and forgets his phone in the garage, and how Shanann is not happy about that, but continues to talk to the camera and try to make some light of it. But neither Chris nor Shanann seems very excited or really into this staged up video for family, friends, and Thrivers. Shanann fills some little stockings with some of the Thrive product stuffers, and Cece can be heard in the background crying very loud, while Bella is not immediately in the camera's view. The book talks about how very awkward the video really is. None of the family seems happy or into the whole thing at all. Even when the girls opened their gifts from Santa, which was a water bottle and some house slippers, they didn't even seem excited or pleased with their gifts at all. The video ends with Cece running away screaming and Shanann saying that Cece pooped her pants. Part 8. A Portrait of Pennywise, 2017-2018. Chapter 14. This chapter begins with continuing with the Christmas of 2017, and how she speculates that by this time it was obvious that Chris was done with their marriage. He was done with that and the big house, all of the bills that they had accumulated since the bankruptcy. Shanann was out of control with their spending and Thrive when they had nothing left to spend, and how they had to sell their dining room suit just to pay the utility bill. Also said in the book about what Chris was thinking, which I personally take as mere word fillers for the book as well as to add a dramatic touch to the story. Actually, there's no way to know of any of these things and if they're true. The author's never spoken to Chris, so for only the reasons of this being a synopsis of the actual book, I will touch on, in part, of some of the things that the author writes that Chris was thinking. But please do not take any of that as facts, because none of that can be confirmed or proven by anyone other than Chris, which he has not done, and I do not think he ever will. But it goes on to say how he had 2 kids, but they were both girls, and he didn't have anything in common with them, and they were always going to the hospital, and they were always sick with something, and he just could not afford them. Now, this is the author's speculation of what Chris was thinking. Going on to say that Chris also thought that Shanann was not a good mother. Chris has said out of his own mouth to his mother that Shanann was a good mother, so the author speculates here that Chris thought she wasn't, saying that he was thinking she was home all day long working on her business on the phone while the girls stayed in a daycare that he couldn't afford. He had quit his job as a mechanic to work in the oil industry. He liked it at Anadarko, and they all liked him too, but here he was 2 years later, and he was still making $20,000 a year less than what he was when he was a mechanic. So things were not looking up, and not to mention the fact he was still turning wrenches all day. So there was no less work being done to his wrist, and Shanann never spoke about his carpal tunnel again, not after he started working in the oil fields. But at least the company was giving him a truck to drive back and forth to work. Chris had sold his Mustang to help put Shanann in her dream car, and the Ford SUV that they had leased had been gone for quite a while. Shanann never went back to nursing school, and the student loan that she took out before she left North Carolina to attend classes was put into their bankruptcy. But she did quit that good job she had also to sell that diet stuff on Facebook. Now keep in mind, this is what the author speculated that Chris thought. Shanann tried to convince Chris that the leased Lexus and the big house, the kids being in a prestigious daycare, were all things that she had to have and do to prove her credibility to potential people that would sign up under her in the MLM downline. They needed to be envious of her lifestyle in order to believe that they could make it in the MLM industry. Selling Thrive. They had so much Thrive in their home. She had to buy it herself. They had tons of it in the basement, enough that they could actually live on it. Chris thought maybe they could just eat it. When the next grocery store trip got denied on the credit card, Chris was sick of it and always thought that it was just pathetic when Shanann would look at him and smile and say, "Fake it till you make it," and smile for the camera for a few minutes. Chris didn't understand how to tell Shanann that this faking it was not a good plan for the future, and how these videos and all these pictures of these free vacations was just not even right to push out there to people to try to help to sell this junk, because it was all a damn lie. They were not free. They had to pay for everything, unless on the rare occasion they would get a half-price plane ticket if they were lucky. But Shanann always told him to trust her, and he didn't understand because he didn't understand how the marketing worked. And Chris thought to himself, but at some point you should be making some money yourself if you're selling this junk, right? But here she was, 3 years later into selling this junk, and they had only gone deeper into debt, and they were losing everything they had. So obviously Shanann didn't know anything about marketing either. And even the Santa suit, Shanann had rented the most expensive suit for him to wear for that train wreck of a video. She always bought expensive, stupid outfits and matching suits for him to wear, and he hated them. But he would smile for the camera. That was all that mattered. Even those Steelers jerseys that she bought him all the time. Chris could not stand the Steelers. He was not a fan of the Steelers. But Shanann was. Chris's favorite NFL team is the Carolina Panthers. But he had to play his part, and those jerseys cost upward $200 apiece. Shanann even claimed that Chris's lean and cut body was due to this miracle patch and powder. But Chris knew damn well that wasn't true. He knew his body was because he worked out every day, and he ran and worked a very active job and took care of the kids until he finally fell out in the bed every night. But he never said a word when Shanann used him as a poster boy to sell Thrive. Part 9. An Author's Perspective. Chapter 15. May of 2018. Anadarko has new insurance recruiters that have come into the company and offer up life insurance plans to their employees. Chris takes out a policy on Shanann for $300,000 and then 2 additional policies on the girls for $75,000 each. The author goes on to say that Nikki started employment at Anadarko in April of 2018, which is not what Nikki said in her interview. She said that she started in May or June of 2018. Now, the author could be going off of what another Anadarko employee said in an interview, and that was Anthony Brown. He said that he remembered Chris and Nikki were talking very closely to each other in the hallways at Anadarko 4 or 5 months prior to August the 13th. And of course, that would make that March or April. Now, there's also the fact that the subcontractors at Anadarko are there on 6, 12, or 18-month contracts, which, if Nikki was on a 6-month contract with Anadarko through Geosciences, and her contract was up in September, as she did say herself in one of her interviews, she would have started employment there in March of 2018. Do the math. That's 6 months from March to September. Chris and Nikki spent most of their time at her apartment acting like teenage kids. Nikki was also helping him by scouring the papers and online rental agencies to find an apartment for him and the girls, seeing as how Chris had told her that he was getting a divorce. So Nikki was on cloud 9 with her new man. She was shopping for wedding dresses, and she was dreaming of the day that they would get married and have their first son together. Nikki had a few degrees. She had worked on the oil rigs for 3 years and saved her money. She was independent and did not live above her means. She lived and shopped simply and did not try to impress anyone with her success. She had finally landed her dream job at Anadarko with a starting pay of $125,000 a year, and that would have went up to $250,000 a year within 3 years if she had been hired permanently by Anadarko. She was 31 years old, no children, and had never been married, and she was working and saving to have a very nice future for herself. Now, also, in this chapter, the author referred to Chris as a born loser, and that he had never had anything in his life, and he never would, and he had always depended on his parents. No, that's not true at all. Chris did have a degree that he could have made a lot of money at, a very large annual salary. He was making $80,000 a year at 24 years old, and that's not so bad in my book. He had also saved $15,000 in his savings account, and he had bought him a brand new Mustang. He had amazing credit, and his Mustang almost paid for when he met Shanann. He had lived on his own since he had graduated high school, and he had moved hours from his parents to the NASCAR Tech College. He did have all of that going on for him at 24 years old. Now, I'm not no Chris sympathizer, and I'm not defending Chris here, but I do feel it's important to have all the facts out there. So, insinuating that he had been a loser since the day he was born, and he had never had anything, or he ever would have anything, that's a bit ridiculous in my honest opinion, and I'm sorry, I'm just calling out the facts here. Anyway, the author theorizes that the reason Chris even went after Shanann was not only because she was absolutely stunningly gorgeous, it is because he thought she would be able to take care of him financially, and he could act like he wasn't a total failure and a total loser. See, again here, I call BS. Chris was raised to work hard. I mean, I consider his parents very good friends of mine. I've talked to them quite at length about this. So yeah, he was raised to work hard, save his money, and to hold strong values in having a very good job. He did have an amazing work record. This is all true in facts. You can look it up. He had good work ethics and everything when he met Shanann. His past employers had nothing negative to say about him. There was only positive words. He also loved being a mechanic. He dreamed of being a NASCAR pit crew member his entire life. There was also the fact that he knew Shanann had numerous health problems. He knew she had quit her job 3 weeks after they got engaged because of all of her health problems. And some days, Shanann could not even get out of bed. She felt so bad. So he took care of her every need and want. So even insinuating that the only reason Chris got with Shanann is because he thought that she was going to be their breadwinner. No, to me, that is completely ridiculous. It goes on to talk about Chris and Nikki and the 4th of July. And when Nikki showed up at Chris's house after he had left her apartment while she was in the shower, he had spent the night at her apartment on July the 3rd, like he did every night. And Shanann was blowing his phone up the next morning on the 4th of July. He went outside to take her call, and she was mad as hell that he had not been answering her calls or text, and she wanted to know where in the hell he was at. Chris decided it was probably best if he'd get his ass home, so he told Nikki, "I gotta go home." Well, Nikki got pissed because Chris had chosen his wife over her, and she told him she was not going to be played like a second fiddle. So she went over to Chris's house, showed up uninvited, and Chris let her on in. So Nikki took Chris's phone and set up some health food app, made her way upstairs while Chris was cooking. Now, according to Nikki, she saw something while she was up there, a picture or something, and it pissed her right off. She came downstairs, cussed Chris out about lying to her, about being separated from his wife, and she went to her truck in front of the house and she started texting him. So finally, Chris was able to talk/text her off of a ledge. So she came back inside. They made up and went back to her apartment to continue making up. This was when Nikki said Chris was not into their sexcapades that night, and she knew something was very different with him after he went home that day and before she got over there. Chapter 16. The last summer for Shanann Watts, 2018, was falling all to pieces. There were the arguments with Chris's family over the ice cream. There was the problem with Chris never answering her calls or texts. There was the knowing that back home in Colorado, their bills were mounting higher and higher, and their home would soon be foreclosed after she returned home. Shanann had a history of having money troubles and then bouncing back for a while, living large in big homes, driving expensive cars without a worry in the world, until it all caved in, again and again. She had always managed to pick right back up where she left off and carry on with their champagne dream life on a Budweiser budget. But would she be able to do it this time? Chris's credit was now also destroyed. He did not make enough at Anadarko to pay for just the basic monthly bills, the mortgage, the Lexus, the daycare, the insurance, the cards, the credit card they had been using were all totally maxed out now. So how was she going to be able to pull out of this time, especially with 2 kids and one on the way, and without anyone noticing that they did not have the dream life that Shanann had worked so hard to show everyone that they lived? Shanann had seen this coming for a while. Even back in February, she had talked to an attorney that she met at a restaurant about how divorces worked in Colorado and how the split would go as far as the kids were concerned. What the lawyer told her then did not really sound that good, especially as far as the money split and the child support would probably go. But instead of trying to save money and cut back on things such as the daycare and just keep the girls at home with her during the day, she got pregnant again. Somehow, they thought having another baby was going to fix their marriage. And there's even the possibility that she would have started talking about Thrive in the fertility groups on Facebook that she was a member of when she had to take those treatments to conceive Bella and Cece. And she could show them all how Thrive helped her to conceive this time without any sort of treatments at all, and how she was never supposed to be able to have any children and only was able to conceive before due to the expensive treatments with the girls. And both were very hard and high-risk pregnancies. But with Thrive, she conceived after trying only one time, and she's never felt better. That would be the perfect sales strategy, especially for mothers trying so hard to conceive. And the videos would gain massive amounts of attention from the women in all of those groups. Who knows why she thought having another baby was going to fix everything that was very obviously falling apart in February. Even the attorney she talked to did not have anything encouraging to say to her. While she was in North Carolina, Chris had signed for a certified letter. It was a court date. They were being sued for a year's worth of non-payment to their homeowners' HOA fees. The $57 a month payment had not been paid in a year. Chris was not even aware of that. He actually was not aware of anything that Shanann had not been paying for, and he really couldn't understand, with it being the smallest monthly payment that they had by far. It is not even known why Shanann went to North Carolina for the entire summer of 2018. The whole reason she left there was for her lupus. And the hot humidity in North Carolina, and how Colorado was never too hot or humid. She had a very family-friendly neighborhood for the kids with a big house, a community country club, and the community even had a large swimming pool and play area. Not to mention that she was high-risk pregnancy on top of the lupus and various other health issues she and the girls both had. The girls also with their asthma and all of their allergies. All the doctors in Colorado, as well as her first trimester high-risk pregnancy and her OBGYN being in Colorado. So why on earth would she go back to North Carolina all summer with all of those reasons not to? The author assumes that it was because they just could not afford the $2,500 a month daycare for almost 2 months. Chris claims that Shanann controlled all of their finances, and he didn't even have access to their banking accounts to check on them. But it is very odd that they made sure and keep the least important bills paid to perfect standing, such as the daycare and the Lexus lease payment and the insurance on the Lexus. Yet did not even worry about paying the most important bills, which was their home and the HOA fees, which those should have came well before daycare or the Lexus. Anyway, I totally agree with the author when she says that paying the daycare before the mortgage makes absolutely no sense when Shanann worked at home. Kids slept enough during the day that she could have made her videos while they slept. When Chris got home, he took care of them for the most part anyway, and they were put to bed no later than 7 p.m. So the daycare expenses that was equivalent to their damn mortgage payment does not even make sense at all to me, as well as the author. She also speculates that the $10,000 that was taken out of Chris's 401k to catch up their mortgage payments was used to pay up to 3 months of daycare in advance. See, having child care was extremely important to Shanann, which not really that many people can sympathize with. She was a stay-at-home mom, so why the extreme emphasis on having daily child care? The author believes the 6 weeks in North Carolina was because Shanann could have free child care using both sets of grandparents. And that is also a high likely in my book of thoughts as well. I also believe that it was quite possibly a trial separation. And there's reasons I believe that, as well as others that knew Shanann even said it was. There also goes on to say that she doesn't know if Shanann really had lupus or any of the 7 diseases that she claimed to have. She said that these diseases, and this is true, were not mentioned in the autopsy, and they should have been if she indeed did have them, because that is really the whole point of an autopsy, and that's to point out anything that the deceased person had wrong with them, from diseases to injuries. All of that's going to be in the autopsy. Anything that could have contributed to the death. Actually, her autopsy did mention diseases, and it said there was no signs of her having any diseases, and she was a very healthy 34-year-old woman, aside from having a formed gallstone. Now, the author thinks that she started having thinning hair and hair loss due to stress. She had that huge mortgage payment in North Carolina on that huge house that she had just built, and the migraines could have been caused by stress. The weight loss, again, could have been caused by stress, because it does cause stomach issues, and that because Shanann was such a proud person, she could not bring herself to tell her family and friends all of these problems were from stress. And to just say lupus was the issue was much easier and even a better way to explain away the things that was going on with her. Chapter 17. As most everyone that follows this case would agree, it is very unbelievable that Nikki claimed that she did not know Chris was totally married and there was no separation, even though she went to North Carolina for summer, because Shanann's Facebook page was open to the public and it was very obvious that they were very much married, and very obvious as well that they were expecting another baby. So Nikki's claims that she did not know any of this, in my opinion, as well as the author's, are total lies. Her own phone records and internet searches prove that she was lying about not knowing that Shanann was pregnant, as well as them being separated. I mean, anyone that actually believes Nikki's saying that she didn't know, what do they think? Do they think she just put a blindfold on her face after she Googled Shanann's name over and over again? And the author of the book also wonders what Nikki ever seen in Chris in the first place, as well as Shanann. What did either of them see in him? They were both way out of his league and his ability to maintain their high-maintenance lifestyles, speculating that maybe Shanann just took him because she was at a low spot in her life and she was very vulnerable. Basically true about Nikki giving him a chance. And that was because there were rumors going around that she was in an abusive relationship before Chris, and she was also in a vulnerable place when she met him. When all hell broke loose in North Carolina during Nutgate, Chris did take Shanann's side, but the author believes this was not because he actually agreed with Shanann on the Nut War. It is because it was just easier for him to agree with her and do as Shanann told him to do, call his mom and curse her out. That seemed easier to him at the time than trying to listen to Shanann ranting and raving about it over and over on the phone and text messages as well, completely destroying his mom on Facebook about it. A phone call to his mom and then one back to Shanann to prove to her that he had done what she told him to do, and it would be over for a little while and he could get back to his girl, Nikki, without being hounded to death about damn ice cream. So he called Cindy, jumped all over her, and even made her cry. This time, his mom came back at him. She said she was sick of humbling down to Shanann and him, so she told him she was tired of being the whipping post for their dysfunctional marriage. Chris knew when he went to North Carolina that he would wait a few days and then he would call up his parents. He was going to tell them that he wanted to see them, and he knew that no matter what an ass he had been to both of them, that they would always love him and welcome him back with open arms like they always had. And he was absolutely right, because that is exactly what happened. He called them a couple of days after he got there, and they were so excited to hear from him. They even called Jamie, and she came over, and they had a family barbecue there at his parents' home. Chris did open up and drop some truth bombs on his family while he was there. He told his mom that she was right all along about Shanann not being right for him, and she was the reason he has not been able to see them or spend time with them since he had been with her, but that he had always wanted to. But he was scared of her, and he was scared of Shanann's wrath if he even dared go against what she said. So he just went along to get along. Chris went on to tell his parents that he was going to divorce her when they got back to Colorado, and he was going to get an apartment for him and the girls. Actually, his family were glad to hear that they would be divorcing. They believed that it was going to be so much better for the kids as well. He even told them he was going to change his hours and schedule at Anadarko so he would be able to be home with the girls all the time when they were with him. Cindy and Ronnie were actually glad to hear that he had thought it all through, and he seemed to be planning to do the right things in the divorce, as well as putting the girls his top priority and schedule his work schedule around taking care of them. He was concerned about how Shanann was going to react, though, when Chris told her that he wanted a divorce. She was worried about that because she knew how scary Shanann could be when she was mad, and she knew how her temper and her fuse was very short. So she told him that he needed to write a note just in case she went off the handle in a bad way when he talked to her about it. Chris thought that was ridiculous. He laughed and he told his mom that's really not necessary at all. If she got too mad or out of control, he was just going to leave until she cooled down. But Cindy had just seen how Shanann had flew off the handle at her, accusing her of trying to kill her own granddaughter in front of the other grandkids, and was screaming it to the top of her lungs. So Cindy was worried about Chris and the girls. Finally, she convinced Chris to write the letter, even though he thought it was completely ridiculous. He done what he always does, and that is just do what he's told and get it over with. The author actually wonders why Chris even went to North Carolina at all. With him being hundreds of miles away from Shanann, why didn't he just tell her over the phone or in a text that he did not want to be with her anymore and he wanted a divorce? That way, she would have been there with the girls and her parents at their home, and he wouldn't have had to deal with her at all face to face on the subject. His going to North Carolina is also why the author believes that it was all premeditated, saying that she believes Chris really had no other option than to go to North Carolina. That was the plan from the day that she left, as well as Shanann and the girls were already anxiously awaiting his arrival. Nikki was telling him to go there and fix his marriage too, which I personally think that she was just telling Chris that in a very condescending way, almost in a sarcastic tone. But Chris didn't pick up on a damn hint, never had, and he thought that he was doing what her and Shanann and the girls wanted him to do. So in his mind, it was a win-win to go to North Carolina. Now, there's several reasons the author believes that him going to North Carolina pointed to premeditation. And in part, those are: one, they could not even afford for him to buy the ticket to fly there. Two, the oxy that he brought with him to put in Shanann's drink when he got there. Now, in the book, the author refers to it as OxyContin. But it was not. It was oxycodone, and there is a big difference. And number three, his parents would be there with him if his plan to kill Shanann with the oxy had happened. And again, that's not correct according to what Chris says in his interview when the oxy was ever even mentioned by him. From what Chris said, the oxy he gave her was in hopes that she was going to miscarry the baby. It wasn't to kill her. He said he thought it was going to be easier to tell her he wanted a divorce if she wasn't pregnant, because she had already told him she could not make it with 3 kids alone. Now, when Chris was telling his family about his plans to divorce, had they have known that he was in dire financial straits and his credit was completely trashed, they may have told him to try to fix some things first. His family did not even know that he had filed bankruptcy in 2015. Chris never told them anything whatsoever about their finances. The entire time that he was with his family in North Carolina, he was glued to his phone, texting back and forth constantly. Okay, my personal opinions about those texts back and forth to Nikki was she was wanting updates about everything. And Cindy, being a very observant woman, noticed all of this texting constantly, the way Chris was smiling while he was texting, so she had questions. And she straight out asked him, "Is there another woman, son?" And Chris never said yes or no to her. He just kind of laughed and said, "Oh, Mom." Cindy just took that as that's a ridiculous thing to even ask Mom kind of answer, you know. Cindy told him that even asking her for a divorce is going to piss her off. But if there was another woman, she was really going to go off on him really bad, especially with her being pregnant. That's the wrong thing to do. And Chris, as he usually did, pretty much ignored his mom's comment and changed the subject. Now, even though Chris ignored his mom's concerns and worries, Cindy still observed Chris real closely and continued to have an odd feeling that maybe he did have another woman, especially with the way he continued to interact with that phone the entire time he was at their house. Cindy even went as far as begging Chris to let her fly back to Colorado with him and Shanann so she could be there in another room with the girls when he told Shanann. She was worried that when he broke the news to Shanann that she was going to literally lose it. And the girls did not need to see or hear any of that. Cindy always really worried about Bella, saying that she was so quiet and timid and she got frightened very easily. Chris told his mom that definitely would not be a good idea. Shanann was already pissed at Cindy, even to the point of saying that they was never going to see the girls again or even step foot back inside their home. So Cindy going back to North Carolina with them was not even really an option. Cindy had no other choice but to accept that answer as a no. She could not go back with them because it was true. Shanann had absolutely said more than once since the ice cream thing that they would never see the girls again ever. So the only thing she could come up with was that Chris needed to write a letter. So the author speculates that Chris went ahead and wrote this letter just to please his mom, as well as it would also be a damn good alibi for what he planned to do when they got back, and that was to kill them all and collect the insurance. She also theorizes that his first confession was only exactly how he had premeditated it. He would accuse Shanann of killing the girls, and he would kill her and be acquitted of her murder because he blacked out, and he killed her because she killed the girl. Nobody really knows, but I personally do not believe it was premeditated. However, I'm well aware that many people do. Even some of my very closest friends do. But we always do agree to disagree, and we respect each other's opinion. And that is just what I am going to do here with the author's opinion. Chapter 18. Shanann's last weekend was spent in Arizona. She went to an elective event with Thrive. Arizona heat is horrific during that time of the year, and Shanann had picked a flight that did not leave until later that night to return to Colorado due to the flight time was cheaper than buying an earlier flight back home. This trip should have never been contemplated whatsoever with the financial ruins that this family was in. They barely had enough money in the bank to pay for the girls' first week back of daycare, which would have been the very next morning when she returned, let alone the mortgage that was in the start of foreclosure and having the court date the following week for the HOA fees. Shanann did not have enough money on Sunday, August the 12th, to pay a late checkout fee at the hotel. So they had to check out at the hotel at 11 a.m. and just sit around outside the airport or hotel in the hot Arizona heat, waiting for the flight time. And then that was even delayed due to a lightning storm. So with no money and all the credit cards now being totally maxed out, when all of the Thrive girls met for dinner during the flight delay, one of Shanann's friends from Thrive actually paid for her dinner, which was a chicken salad. At home, Chris was withdrawing from her. She was sending him a text asking him what he wanted for dinner the following night while planning the weekly dinner menu. Even though he finally replied, it was very short. She knew it was over, but she did not want to accept it. She was used to the Chris that she had had for 8 years, jumping even before she spoke, and always being the amazing husband. But things had changed, and she knew this. Shanann told her friends this was way out of left field and she was completely blindsided. This was not true. They had been having problems since at least Christmas of 2021. All you have to do is look at her videos close enough and you could see it also. Chris had been withdrawing from her in these videos and photos since before the North Carolina trip was even mentioned. He was walking away in the video, many times having his back turned away from the camera. But Shanann would camouflage all of this for the MLM videos so she would still appear as best as it could to be a perfect, happy family that anyone would dream of having. Chris and Shanann were never really even friends. They did not even communicate with each other. And someone lived with them pretty much their entire marriage. Shanann lived in North Carolina while Chris was already in Colorado. Then, when they moved into the house, just a few months later, Bella was born. And then her parents moved in for close to 2 years. They never even had a marriage. They were more like roommates with benefits from time to time. There was not only no marital bond between these two, there also was not even a friendship. Chris even admits they never talked about anything together alone. He was taking care of the kids and she was on the phone. 24/7, 365. He did not even know what denomination of religion she was raised into. The girls had never been to church. So their love and going through things together just was not there for them and their marriage. The memories built together as a family, the long conversations, the communications, and the relying on each other. Chris and Ann had none of the above, and that is the very sad reality. Chris was a withdrawn person. Had Shanann really noticed the things he did to his own family, maybe she would have seen she was being treated the exact same way. Even though much of what he was doing was by ignoring them, isolating them, ignoring their calls and texts, etc., even though all of that was mostly instigated by Shanann. But if she had really thought about it, if he could disregard his own parents so easily just to make her happy, then he could also do the same thing to her with no problem as well. But obviously she never even considered that. Now the author theorizes that Chris could always easily play the discard without any remorse or regret when something new and seemingly better comes along. He discarded his family when Shanann didn't like them, and she had a big house and a nice ride. So with Chris abandoning his family so easy without any problem at all, just to impress Shanann, you kind of seen that same thing when it came to Nikki. When Chris met Nikki, he saw everything that he thought he had ever wanted. She was younger. She owned her own ride. She lived in a nice apartment. She was saving for a house. She was sexy and had no baggage, no kids and no husband, not even an ex-husband. And her dad was rich too. So playing the discard on Shanann was yet again just another game over for him. And moving right along into the next game. Chris was already involved with Nikki when him and Shanann went on their last getaway together, which was June of 2018, and that was to San Diego. He met up with his childhood friend Mark, who lived on base with the military at the time. Chris confided in Mark that he had met a girl at his work and they had been talking. The author says that Chris told Mark that he thought he was in love with Nikki. While this may be true, I do not remember Mark or Chris saying this from any of the interviews. I do remember Chris saying that he wished he had told Mark more than what he did. And he had told Mark that he was just talking to her, because Mark would have probably told him, just don't do that. The author goes on into this chapter with her theory of how things happened. Now, I'm not going to read her theory word for word. I will kind of brief it up. But again, I do recommend getting the book and reading it for yourself, because she did detail it very, very much. When Chris went, he had taken some of Shanann's pain pills from her previous neck surgery. He had crushed up the 80 milligram of oxy beforehand at their house and had it ready to put into her Thrive drink the first night that he got to North Carolina. The author says that he was hoping it would kill her and everyone would think she overdosed herself because she was so stressed, and he could just collect her insurance and get himself out of this terrible financial situation he was in. He was assuming that the girls could stay with the Ruseks while he worked on getting things together in Colorado. He did like Shanann's family and knew that they would be good to the girls because the girls loved them also. Chris slept in the room with the girls that night because Shanann got very sick after he snuck the crushed oxy into her drink. Chris never went in to check on her, but Frankie Jr. did, and he stayed with her. Chris knew now she was not going to die, and this plan was not going to work, because Frankie would have called an ambulance if Shanann had passed out. Chris just went to sleep thinking about how this entire trip was already nothing but a shit show. Shanann had started on him before he even got there, complaining about him leaving the Lexus at the airport and paying a parking fee instead of just taking an Uber to the airport. The parking fee that he paid would cut into the money that they could spend at the beach. Then, when he did arrive at the airport, even before he got off of the plane, she was ordering him to let her know before he did make those damn annoying Facebook videos of the girls running up to him. Then it was on to the never-ending questions. What's changed? Do you love me? What about the new baby? And so on and so forth. And then there was Nikki, blowing up his damn phone with text he was trying to delete and read at the same time, as well as transferring her hot nudes she was swarming him with while Shanann was here bitching and raising hell at him. And there was Nikki's hot ass back in Colorado reminding him back to back what he still had there waiting on him, and that he could not tell Nikki his plan was to just kill Shanann, because she would not have gone along with that probably. And she was also very much against drug usage, so that wasn't going to work either. Since his attempt to kill her with the oxy did not work, he decided just to piss her off a little bit more and tell her that he was going to spend the day with his family. He knew that would really make her mad, because she had already forbidden him to ever speak to them again, because Cindy had tried to poison Cece with ice cream. Okay, how? Cindy did not give Cece ice cream. Shanann knew it was in the freezer because she had gone through all the cabinets and the fridge and the freezer a couple of nights before when she got there. She had threw out everything that was not acceptable to be in there due to Cece's allergies. Cindy also took her to Walmart and let her pick out anything that they needed as far as food and things like that, and Cindy paid for it all herself. Shanann came back and helped Cindy put the approved foods away that she had just purchased, and Shanann threw out what was not approved. But the author says if Shanann had just thought about it beforehand, she would have been able to label the entire Watts family the quote, the Watts poisoners, end quote. That Shanann was not connecting the poison dots. The only thing that was worrying her was that Chris was not kissing her ass like he usually does, and he was acting distant and He was not calling her boo, and that definitely meant something was wrong. Chris called his family to tell them that he was in North Carolina and wanted to go visit them, but he never apologized to his mother for making her cry and jumping on her for Nutgate. He knew his family would always forgive him and always be there for him and happy to see him. The call really did come as a pretty big surprise to his family because they didn't even know he was coming to North Carolina. The rumor that somehow got started on social media that they had left a note for Chris on their door telling him that they were at the beach, that is not true. I'm not even sure where or why that rumor even got started. Cindy has also said herself that is a very untrue rumor. And they did not even know he was coming to North Carolina at all until he called them and told him he was there a couple of days after he had gotten there. But of course, Cindy and Ronnie were very happy to hear from Chris, even though they had not talked to him at all since the phone call that he had given to his mother. They were just glad to hear from him and told him that they would call Jamie and maybe she could come over and bring the kids and they could have a cookout or something. The author also says that Jamie's kids did not know their Uncle Chris from Adam. But again, that is not true. Chris and Jamie's son were very close before he met Shanann. Actually, his nephew really adored him. Ronnie and Cindy did tell Chris that they were going to the beach for the weekend, and they begged him to bring the girls too. They really wanted to see them when they seen the ocean for the very first time. Chris told Ronnie that that was not even going to be a possibility. Shanann had already made the point very, very clear that they were not allowed to ever see the girls again. She also speculates that she believes that in part because if the Watts had shown the Rosecks that letter or told them about it before they went back to North Carolina, then none of this would have ever happened. Well, I'm sure that the Watts never thought about talking to the Rosecks about it. For one, they were not really close, and what would or even could they have done anyway? They knew Shanann had a temper from hell. They also knew that Chris always bowed down to her and never spoke up to her. They had even told Chris that he needed to speak up to her more. All they could have done was tell Shanann she needed to try and keep herself under control, or just ask her not to even go back to Colorado with him, which Sandy did. She did say, just stay here with us. Shanann refused to stay in North Carolina when he went back to Colorado. The only other thing they could have done was try and talk to them both and try and help them to work on their marriage, which is what Shanann did want. I really don't see how the Rosecks seeing that letter would have definitely changed anything personally. I don't. The author goes on to speculate and say that Shanann would have stayed back in North Carolina if she and her parents had seen that letter. And again, I respectfully disagree 100% with the author's speculation here. Shanann was not a back down kind of person at all. No way would she have licked her wounds and cried herself to sleep silently while Chris moved back to Colorado alone. Nope, I don't see that at all. So she goes on into talking about them arriving back in Colorado, and it was great. He got to go see Nikki almost as soon as he got home, and he pacified Shanann by going to the ultrasound with her. But as soon as that was over, she started with all the damn posts on Facebook about the gender reveal party. Chris knew that Nikki probably stalks Shanann's Facebook, so he started worrying about that the baby might be a boy, and he knew that would really piss Nikki off. She wanted to give him his first son. It would be the first they had ever had together, really. So he was going to have to do something about all of that. So the author believes that Chris asked Shanann to let them have one time a private thing together without throwing it all over Facebook for everyone. Could they not have just one private moment together ever, just the two of them? To which Shanann would not have been down for that. She lived to be in the spotlight and share every part of their life with anyone that would click on one of her videos or live streams. Shanann had only shared the picture-perfect family in her videos, matching outfits she loaded her Facebook down with. But the real truth of the terrible, falling, and struggling financial family was all kept behind those closed doors, all behind those Facebook videos. When the phone was not recording or snapping pictures, their home was very different than what is seen in all those videos. There would be total silence between Shanann and Chris because they never talked. Chris would be cleaning something or taking care of the girls, and Shanann would be scrolling on her phone or talking to her MLM friends or making Thrive sample boxes to mail out. There was zero family time, zero togetherness, without some sort of agenda. By the time Shanann knew that Chris was checked out of the marriage and was done being the puppet, she realized that she actually did love Chris. All the bragging posts she had made about him were only to please him so he would feel like a hero. But she did not really love him, and she damn sure never looked at him as the best thing that ever happened to her, of course. But now, she did love him, and she did appreciate him, and she even admitted to her friends that she was too controlling and would not even allow him to have a say into anything. She did not even allow him to hang a picture on his own wall without getting her approval first, and that was hard to do. Shanann wanted her old Chris back so bad, but she was seeing and realizing that this was not going to happen. He was totally checked out. After the ultrasound, Chris deleted his Facebook. He knew Shanann would be all over Facebook showing that damn picture and tagging the hell out of him in it. He didn't want to chance Nikki seeing all of that with him tagged in them. He assumed that Nikki was stalking Shanann's Facebook also, but he would deal with that when she confronted him with it somehow. But he wasn't wanting even Nikki's friends to look him up either and see all of the endless videos and photos that Shanann had tagged him in. Nikki already told him way back in the beginning that her friend had told her it was not cool to have an affair with a married man with kids. But Nikki told Chris that she didn't care what her friend said, and she was not going to stop seeing him. After the ultrasound, there was silence, awkward silence. Shanann had tried holding Chris's hand during the ultrasound, but he pulled away. This was the first time Shanann felt totally defeated. She had always been the alpha in this relationship. Chris, the ever so agreeable beta, but now it was totally opposite. She realized it was true, and Chris really didn't love her anymore, and he was not at all interested in continuing their marriage. She was at a complete loss as to how to handle this and what to even do. She had lost all control of him almost as fast as she had taken all control of him in the beginning. So what in the hell happened? There was no way in hell she could leave again in less than 48 hours and go to Arizona. She knew they could not afford for her to go anyway. So she decided this Arizona trip was going to be a no-go. And she told Chris she was going to just cancel the trip and stay at home with him and the girls and try to work some things out. She asked Chris to go to marriage counseling, and he refused to do that. Asked him if he would go to Aspen, just the two of them for a weekend getaway, so maybe they could rekindle their marriage. Again, Chris said no. The evening before Shanann was scheduled to leave out for Arizona the next morning, Chris came home from work being completely a different man. Shanann did not really know what had happened, nor did she question it. All she knew was her sweet, caring Chris seemed to be back. He had encouraged her to go on her trip to Arizona for the weekend and get away from all the stresses and have a small break from the girls too. She had not had that all summer, and when she returned, they would go the following weekend to Aspen together and work on them. Shanann was so excited. This was a 360 change in him. When a friend texted her to see how she was doing, she was ecstatic, saying, "Oh my God, great." He agreed to go to Aspen next weekend. The Arizona trip was going to be for Shanann to unwind for a bit and have a break from the girls, and for Chris to be able to spend some much needed and missed time alone with the girls. Shanann truly thought everything was going to be okay now. The morning before she left for Arizona, she left a heartfelt letter to Chris on the kitchen island for him to find when he woke up. The author has the entire letter's words in the book, but most all of us already know every word of this letter. So I will brief it up in verbatims here for those that may not know what the letter says in its intent. In her letter, she tells Chris how much that she has missed him in those 5 weeks while she was in North Carolina, how she missed everything about him. She goes on to say that she doesn't know how they fell out of compatibility because the only thing that happened was Nutgate with his mom. But she says that she's going to work things out with them and him on that, and that his mom really should apologize to her personally and even to the girls, because the girls cannot be replaced, saying that she never seen Chris shut down like he has been, except after their wedding, because his parents didn't show up, and they deserved love and not hate from their families. She says that she will get along with his mom, but there has to be a mutual respect there, adding that she would do anything for him, and she hates to see him hurt, and that she cannot and will not lose him, and she will fight for their marriage and for him. The author believes that Chris also put more crushed up oxy into Shanann's Thrive Shake the morning before she left for Arizona, also trying yet again to kill her with the oxy. Chris did originally claim to Sherilyn Cadle that he had given Shanann oxy 2 times, once in North Carolina and once when they returned to Colorado. But he also came back and he redacted that final time, saying that he had only given her the oxy the first night he got to Colorado. So I guess it's just whatever one chooses to go with on your thoughts on those oxy stories. Now, there were no signs or any traces of that oxy in her system in the autopsy report, but the author does put much emphasis in the book with her theory that he did indeed give her oxy again before she left for Arizona. I personally do not believe he did, as she was only gone for 3 days, and it seems like it would have been likely that some trace amounts of the large milligram oxy would have shown up in her autopsy had he really given it to her the second time around, but who knows? And this is where you have to form your own opinions again in this case. Anyway, back to the author's theory. He believes that when Shanann did not die on her way to Arizona on the plane, that was when he knew that he was also going to have to kill the girls. His plan was to kill the girls and then her, and to tell everyone that's just the way it went down. And everyone would believe it because Shanann was hot-tempered and crazy if she didn't get her way, and everyone knew that. And he had even said that in that letter that his mom demanded that he write. Chris then looked over and seen that doll on the couch, and he thought it would be funny as hell to cover it from its head to its ankles and make it look like a dead child and take a picture of it and send it to Shanann. Hey, I have to step in here. This photo was taken before Shanann left for Arizona, and she titled it being, I don't know what to think about this. Shanann was not in Arizona at all when that photo was taken. So yeah, I believe theories need to align with the true facts of the case. I do not agree with twisting the facts to meet any sort of narrative or theory. Doing that is why there is so much misinformation out there concerning this case as well as many others. And after my team and myself dug into that photo, image number, and what time the photo was taken, when it was posted, as well as the photo that was taken the day before by Shanann, and this was a photo that she had posted with a doll with its head ripped off, and the fact that Chris was absolutely not even at home when this was posted, and Chris only saying she thought it was funny when he was asked about it in Wisconsin, I fully believe that Shanann did take that photo. But anyway, she theorizes that on Saturday, Chris took the girls with him to Survey 319 and told them that he was going to have to dig a hole for work. But what he was actually doing was pre-digging Shanann's grave, and went to a parking lot where he met his coworker Troy that he was going to buy a fire stick from so he could get free football in the fall. So there again, Chris is the one that brought Troy the fire stick. He had already purchased it. Troy was going to jailbreak this fire stick for him so he could watch football free in the fall. So it goes on in to say that Shanann never appreciated Chris. He was a great father. He worked hard. He done everything that he would think a great husband and father would do, but it was never enough for Shanann. But Nikki was very different. Nikki liked NASCAR, and she liked hearing his stories about his childhood and going to races with his dad, and she also looked up to him. She wanted what he had as far as a family and a life. She also let him make his own decisions and even ask him what he thought about things. So he was so ready to move on with his new life with Nikki. Shanann was blowing up his phone again, asking him if he had read her letter, asking if he had gotten the book she had sent to him, saying how happy she was that they were having a boy. Chris pretty much ignored all that and texted her back telling her that he had won tickets to a baseball game at work and he would be going with some of the guys that he works with that night. That really shocked Shanann. That was totally out of character for Chris. He had never gone out when she was out of town, ever. Hell, he never went out, period, even if she was in town. He just never went out, period. Shanann asked him who's going to be babysitting the girls, and he told her that it was going to be their mutual friend, Jeremy Lindstrom's teenage daughter, McKenna. When the babysitter got to Chris and Shanann's home, Chris called in an order for pizza from Papa John's to have it delivered to them for dinner. He briefed McKenna on their bedtime routine, and out the door he went. McKenna had to be home by 10 p.m. though, so he didn't have too much time to lose. Wanting to spend every second he could with Nikki, he wasted no time. When he got to Nikki, she had planned a super special night for him. She had been planning it all day long and even Googled how to plan it. With the Vaseline ready, Nikki gave Chris a real-life event of Juvenile's Back That Ass Up song. They then stepped out into the night to the Lazy Dog. But Nikki really wasn't digging the menu at the first one, so they got into the leased Lexus and drove on down the road to the next Lazy Dog with a better clean eating menu. While they had dinner, Chris seemed to be in his own world. Nikki was very talkative about him getting into an apartment very soon, and she had been searching everywhere for him an apartment, and she was going to go with him and look at the ones that she had found so far. Nikki noticed that Chris really was not talking much, but she didn't really put too much thought behind that, because he was always kind of awkward and quiet, and he really never talked much anyway. So she was hanging in there to see if he was still going to be as into her when he was single as he was now. Because she thought, hell, he did look good. He was sexy, so it's going to be worth the wait. Besides, she had nothing better to do anyway. When they were finished and it was time to pay, Chris pulled out a bank card to pay with instead of his usual Anadarko gift cards that he has always used to purchase and pay for all of their rendezvous. That felt good to Nikki to see him do that. She hated him using those damn gift cards. They made her feel like some sort of dirty secret or something. Chris was worried though. He didn't know if there was going to be enough in their bank account to pay for the $62 meal. And it was going to be embarrassing as hell in front of Nikki if his card got declined. So he handed it to the hostess anyway, hoping that it would go through. Thank goodness it did go through, and they walked back to the Lexus and they headed back to Nikki's and acted out their night theme song by Juvenile in real time one more time. After Chris left, Nikki felt she had accomplished her plan for the grand finale of the old bait and hook game. She felt good about herself, but then doubt came back into her mind. What if he didn't leave? What if he decided to fix his family? So she decided to Google Shanann Watts again to see what she was posting, because she knew that she was going to be posting something. She always does. But oddly enough, there was nothing new posted. Everything there she had already seen. She Googled Chris's address to see if it was really for sale like Chris had told her. But again, no for sale listing under 2825 Saratoga Trail. By now, Nikki was really getting worried that Chris had been lying to her about leaving his wife and kids. So she Googled Ronnie Watts, wondering if maybe he had posted anything about how happy they were that Chris was divorcing Shanann, because Chris had told her how much they all hated each other. But no, there was absolutely nothing there either. Nikki decided that she needed to go by and look and see for herself if anything looked like they were moving, or even if Chris was going to go to work Monday. So she would ride by their house on her way to work Monday. That is all she knew that she could do, since nothing was being posted on Facebook, and Chris deleted his Facebook. She knew he did because she had even helped him make damn sure that he had totally deleted it and didn't just hibernate it. Meanwhile, Chris was running late, and he knew Miss Lindstrom would be sitting in his driveway waiting for him to get home so McKenna could leave. He didn't even leave Nikki's until Miss Lindstrom was at his house at 10 p.m. And he still had to stop by the store and get some cash back from the debit card in order to pay McKenna, again hoping like hell that that card did not get declined. And it didn't. During all of this, Shanann is almost 1,000 miles away, and she's getting an alert on her phone that there has been a $62 charge for food at a restaurant that is near their home. She sat straight up in the bed. How? No way one meal could cost that. She done some Googling to the lazy dog, and she's saying that the only way it could cost that is if he bought someone else's meal too. Then she Googled the game to see what time it had ended, and she's saying that it had ended hours ago. So what in the hell was Chris up to? When she asked her friends there about what was going on, they told her that it sounded to them like he was having an affair, which Shanann just could not believe. No way. Hell, they were getting along better, and they were going to Aspen next weekend. Plus, Chris couldn't even flirt anyway. He's got no game. He would not be seeing anyone else, would he? She decided to call Chris. She didn't really want to sound too bitchy, but she did want to know what in the hell was going on. She asked him how the game was, and he was short with her, saying that he had just got home. The game was great, but he had to go inside and pay the babysitter now, and they hung up. And as soon as the door shut behind McKenna, Chris was dialing Nikki's number. McKenna could tell that Chris was trying to rush her out the door, so she didn't even bother telling him about the girls while he was gone. And he didn't ask either. But Bella had really broken her heart that night. Bella was so worried that Cece might eat coconut sometime, and if she did, that she was never going to wake up. She was also missing her mommy and couldn't sleep at all because she wanted to be awake when her mom got home. McKenna was finally able to get the dark thoughts out of Bella's head by talking about how much fun they were going to have at the birthday party the next day. This seemed to have worked because Bella finally went up to her room and went to sleep. Chris stayed on the phone with Nikki, ignoring Shanann's phone calls. Shanann finally just texted him and asked him to hang on to the receipt for his expensive dinner that night so they could write it off on the taxes. Sunday morning, Chris was feeding the girls leftover pizza for breakfast, and getting ready for the birthday party. After the girls got up from their early nap, they headed to the Lindstrom's birthday party. They had a pool party for the kids planned, complete with water balloons and even a kiddie pool. When it came time for the cake and ice cream, Bella and Cece could only watch everyone else enjoying that. This was even worse than when Cece had seen her little cousin pull out the little vanilla ice cream cup. Everyone here was eating big, yummy-looking pieces of ice cream birthday cake. There was even ice cream cones, but Chris did not jump on anyone for this, because the Lindstroms were well aware that Cece had the deathly allergies to anything that might have been near a tree nut. But no, Chris did not jump on the Lindstroms. He simply asked them if they may have some juice pops that he could give the girls so they didn't have to just watch everyone else. And they did have some freezer pops that the girls were allowed to have. After the party and when they got back home, Chris texted Cody Roberts, letting him know that he was going straight to Survey 319 in the morning to fix that leak. Shanann's dad FaceTimed the girls while they were eating their dinner, which was leftover cold pizza and some sort of candy. At 1:25 a.m., Shanann and Nicole Atkinson arrived at the Denver airport. And at 1:48 a.m., August the 13th, Nicole Atkinson dropped Shanann off at her front door. Now, from this point is where the author says that it is all complete speculation, and we know that to be true. However, I believe it should be based on the facts of the case. I will not repeat her theory word for word, of course. She says that she has based her theory on Shanann's clothing and the position that her body was found in upon recovery, as well as the cadaver dog's hits and misses. Shanann goes into the house, takes off her flip-flops and leaves them by the door. She walks into the kitchen, grabs her laptop, and tries to order hair product to color her hair for the up-and-coming weekend in Aspen. Purchase was declined. So she goes upstairs and changes clothes. Chris was not in their bedroom. She went to peep in on the girls, only to find that neither of the girls were in their rooms. She ran back downstairs and seen the light to the basement was on. So she called down towards the basement from the partially open door to Chris. Chris answers by saying that they were down there. She walked down and saw the girls, and she knelt down beside them, knowing that they were already dead. Chris started screaming at Shanann, "I hate you," over and over. As Shanann was kneeling beside the girls that were laying in the floor, Chris grabbed one side of her neck from behind and started squeezing until he knew she was dead, when she relieved her bowels and dropped to her side on the floor. She dropped on the carpet that was at the bottom of the basement stairs on the rug. She then had a spontaneous miscarriage, and her body also aborted Nico. Now the rug had blood all over it from the stillbirth of Nico. He took his foot and rolled Shanann off of the rug. She remained in a fetal position, and he did not try to change the position she was in. Chris then rolled up the rug and he hid it behind one of the many bins that was in the basement. When Chris noticed the time, he knew that his plan was not going to work out. So Chris ran a few ideas through his head about what he was going to do. He contemplated calling 911 and telling them that Shanann had overdosed the kids and he killed her out of rage. He looked at the girls. It's obvious Cece had been dead way longer than Bella or Shanann. Then he just got mad. He decided to wrap her up with something, so he went upstairs and grabbed the sheets off of his bed, and he threw the other bedding onto the floor. Back in the basement, he spread the bottom sheet on the floor, and using his foot, he rolled her over onto the sheet. He tied the sheet around her body and then tried dragging her back up the basement stairs. But he noticed the trail of blood that it was leaving of the miscarriage. He lost his grip and she rolled back down the stairs. He goes back down there, starts to bend down, and then behind his back he hears, "Daddy?" Immediately Chris was frozen. Oh my God, what the hell? Turned around and looked at Bella. She looked terrible, sitting up looking at him beside Cece. That was totally gray, bluish by now. She started to get up and she saw Shanann. She put her small hand over her mouth, and her little bruised eyes got huge. "Mommy? Bella, Mommy's sick. We have to take her to the doctor." Bella just looked at Chris without saying a word. Her eyes looked very distant, and Chris knew that she had some bad brain damage. She was more like in a stupor. The author then goes into the shadows seen under the work truck the morning that Chris left, as well as the fact that the house was never even marked off as a crime scene. And it was 11 hours later before police even looked through it. And if they had have sprayed luminol in the basement, all of the blood splatter and the trails would have shown everywhere, the author believes. She goes on to say that she knows Cece was already gone before they ever left the house because he never mentioned anything that Cece had done or said at all on that trip out to Serbia in his truck. And with Cece being the loud one, she would not have just sat there silently. Chris took off Shanann's ring, tossed it into her Lexus. After he had finally gotten her up the basement stairs and drug into the garage. After he got Cece and Shanann loaded into the truck, he went back inside to get Bella. He hollered out at Bella, and she came out to the garage to meet him, and he picked her up and put her beside her deceased sister in the back seat. Bella saw that Shanann was in the floorboard under her feet. Chris left his home with his family for the very last time on August the 13th, 2018 at 5:45 a.m. Meanwhile, Nikki was headed towards his house, just out of curiosity to see if he was indeed going to go to work today since his wife was back home. Chris would not even look in the rearview mirror to see Bella, and the way she looked so drugged and so zoned out kind of freaked him out anyway. But Bella finally said, "Stinks." Chris agreed to himself that it did smell ratchet. So without saying anything to Bella, he rolled down the truck window and cranked up the music. The sun was already coming up, and he was really starting to panic. He had not even gotten to Survey 319 yet, so he shot some fast text out to his co-workers, Cody and Chad, just to let them know, hoping that would keep them from coming out there. When he finally got to Survey 319, it was 6:53 a.m. Now, the author says she does not believe that Bella was last. She believes Bella was first, because he did not want to chance her getting out and trying to run away from him. So when he got there, he told Bella to get out. "Are you going to do the same thing to me like you did to Cece?" Chris ignored her and told her to come on. Without even holding her hand, he walked her over to the tanks, and she slowly followed him with bare feet. Once they got up to the ladder, Bella held her tummy and bent forward, and she vomited up the old pizza that she had for dinner and the strawberry milk that Chris had crushed up and put the oxy in. Chris put on a mask that he had, and he lifted Bella up a little to walk up the steps to the tank. Bella slowly walked up the steps as he followed her. At the top, Chris told her to stand right there beside him a minute as he opened up the hatch, picked her up, and when she realized that he was trying to put her in the tank, she started wiggling and screaming and trying to get away. Chris put his hand over her mouth to stop her screams. He did not take his hand away until he was shoving her head first down into the tank. Fumes were so strong, and the heat coming from the fumes were horrific. He basically pushed, and when her body made it through the small hatch, he dropped her on into the tank and listened for the splash she made from the crude oil sludge inside the tank. He went back down the stairs into his truck, and he got Cece's body, already in rigor, most likely. He brought her up the stairs and to the other hatch. He opened it and pushed and shoved and possibly stomped her body into the other tank. Then he goes back to the truck and he pulls out Shanann and Nico. They fall to the ground. Shanann had rigored into the fetal position that she fell out onto on the basement floor. It was getting late and people would start coming in, so He did not have the time to break her bones or dismember her now and put her into the tanks piece by piece, which is what he really wanted to do, but no time. So he just grabbed the sheet that they were already in and dragged them over to the hole that he had already dug with the girls. When he got to the hole, he clenched the side of the sheet and he rolled Shanann and Nico into the hole and off of the sheet. They landed in the hole face first in the fetal position. Shanann's arms was still outstretched as they were when she was reaching for the girls in the basement, but one of her arms went up and above her head. Her bottom was barely inside the hole, and he couldn't help it. He had to leave it that way. He didn't have any time. He shoveled over them a little bit of dirt that was beside the hole, and he covered Shanann's body the best that he could for now. He started back to his truck, not even realizing that he had forgot the sheet out there. Getting back in the truck to pull it back over closer to the tanks, he noticed the girls' blankets were in the back seat. Thought he was just going to have to ditch those at a dumpster somewhere on his way home. He shot Shanann's phone a fast text just for reasons of an alibi. Then he went over to work on the tank that needed repairs, so when his co-workers got there, they would see he was indeed there doing what he said that he would be doing. Within minutes, he started smelling himself. He smelled like Shanann and the stench that Bella was talking about. So he ran back over to his truck and he changed clothes and shoes real fast. He snapped a few photos of some sunflowers for Nikki, and then he called up the girls' school to let them know that they would not be coming back so they wouldn't try to take any more money from him. By the time his co-workers got there at around 8:30 a.m., he had already almost gotten the leak repaired and even had his own self a bowel movement behind one of the tanks. And this was really unusual for him to do. When his co-workers got there, they said he looked fine. He was not even sweating or acting out of the normal in any way. The only thing at all that they noticed was one of his boots had his pant leg stuffed down in it, but nothing really stood out in a bad way. Then at 9 a.m., Chris got an alert on his phone from his outside security system. Looking at it, he saw Nicole Atkinson, Shanann's friend, was at his house. Chris went ahead and made a call to his realtor, making sure that Shanann had set up everything to have that big house he never wanted anyway on the market. The realtor also told him of another smaller replica of his house that was cheaper and smaller and in the same community that he could go by and look at. Chris listened to her tell him the address of the other house and he tried to act interested in what she was saying, but he wasn't interested at all. He was not interested in any more damn McMansions. Then he took the time to look up the lyrics to one of his favorite songs by his favorite band, Metallica's song, Battery. Chris then calls a fancy hotel in Aspen, and they transfer him to Groupon. Shanann had already reserved the motel for their weekend in Aspen, and while he was trying to plan this Aspen trip for him and Nikki, Shanann's friends and mother kept beeping in and texting the hell out of him, annoying the hell out of him. He was trying to answer their text in short at the same time. Nicole Atkinson was the damn worst. He finally answered the phone and told her that he would be there in 5 minutes, just to shut her the hell up for a few minutes. Then he did head towards his house to pacify her and get her out of there. He told his co-workers that he had to go home for just a little bit to check on some personal matters. He left at around 12 p.m. and he headed towards his house, but he stopped and grabbed him a burrito to eat on the way home. He also made a pit stop by a dumpster to get rid of the girls' blankies and his dirty clothes. He was trying to kill some time before getting to his house, so he decided to ride by that house that the realtor was telling him about also. 2 hours later, his phone was ringing again. It wasn't Nicole's number or any number that he knew, so he answered it. "Is this Chris?" "This is Officer Coonrod from the Frederick Police Department." When Coonrod told Chris that he was at his house and asked him when he was going to be there, Chris got very nervous. He told Coonrod that he was only a few minutes away then, and when he hung up with Coonrod, he immediately sent Shanann's phone another alibi text. "Where are you?" Almost at his house, he remembered. Her ring. Shit. I have to get that out of her car and put it in the bedroom by her bed so it looks like she left me. He pulled up in the front of his house and there was a cop and Nicole Atkinson and both of her kids. He gets out of his truck and he runs up towards the cop, not even looking over at Nicole. He shakes the cop's hands and he goes to the Lexus. He opens the door and grabs that damn ring, goes in the house by the garage door entrance, runs up the stairs, puts the ring on Shanann's bedside table, and he darts back down the stairs as fast as he can. He opens up the front door, and all of the awaiting busybodies wanting to come inside and snoop around. Chapter 19. This chapter really starts reaching, in my opinion, in the conspiracy theory boundaries. What the author speculates here is not in any way at all following the facts of the case. That is my opinion. It even goes against the autopsy findings of nothing being abnormal in the girl's private areas. And yes, she does go there with her speculations and theories, which I believe is very unfair to even the girls. Put such possible accusations out there to the public when, as I said, nothing in the actual facts of this case points towards that in any sort of way. As well as the autopsy, it would have found anything of any sort of damage to their private areas, past or present, as was found with little JonBenet Ramsey. Not only did she have current damage there, she also had signs of past damage as well. This was all found in her autopsy. But for the sake of this synopsis of the book, I will loosely go over this unfounded and far out and unfair, in my opinion, theory that she's put out to the public in this book. The author claims she is a long-time social worker, and her thoughts that Chris done this to the girls is in part why her and Cindy stopped speaking to each other, which I'm assuming that she told Cindy that she thought this, and Cindy did not take too kindly to that speculation. Not that I would blame Cindy in the least bit, to be honest. I would not have spoken to her again either. But she goes on into what it is like to work for the CPS in America and the things that they look for. I have said multiple times in multiple cases that CPS miserably fails children every day. And I truly think it just needs to be abolished altogether. That's another talk for another day. She even says that abusive parents only miss the Medicaid prescriptions that they get from the kids that they benefit from for OxyContin. What doctor is prescribing OxyContin to children? The way I seen that comment is she is throwing jabs at people that get food stamps and Medicaid that have children, which in my opinion, that's not even cool. But I'm pretty sure doctors is not writing those kids OxyContin prescriptions that Medicaid is filling for them. Wow. Anyway, after she tells what degree that you need to be a CPS worker and about the training and what they look for and all that kind of stuff, she goes into abuse, and SA is mostly hidden in wealthier homes. But she claims that her nor any of her co-workers have seen a case of SA from families that can afford private schools. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe she never heard of JonBenet Ramsey or even the Menendez brothers. Those families were all very well able to afford private schools. But there again, she is right also. Those literally are not the ones that are reported to CPS. Those are the ones that are normally hush-hush, like family secret. She explains that school teachers are the first that normally report the red flags of abuse to CPS. And of course the girls were in a private school, and she says there were signs. The signs, she says, were, she claims Cindy told her that Chris showered every day with the girls while he was naked. I have never heard that, ever, from anyone. Not Cindy, and not even the Ruseks that lived there for almost 2 years. She goes on to explain, with the girls' height and Chris's height, the disturbing details. She also claims that Cindy told her that Chris would massage the girls head to toe in lotion every night. Chris did say that he would put lotion on the girls' legs, arms, and backs after their baths every night because Shanann liked for them to be lotioned up after every bath. But as far as massaging and head to toe, I'm not sure about that. I have never heard such a claim. The author claims that there is a video that Shanann had online of Bella saying that it was time to go to bed and she was bending over and pointing to her butt. She then goes on to say that every night Chris would always stick a rectal thermometer up their butts after lubing them up. And she points out that the girls' bathrooms did have plenty of Vaseline in them. Okay, if this video ever existed, then this author is most likely the only one that's ever watched it. I do know there are photos that Shanann took and posted online of Bella acting like she was sticking those toy kids doctor kit thermometers or something like that towards her bottom while she was bending over. Shanann even says on one of the posts something to the effect of, when rectal temperature taking are the normal routine. And Shanann was laughing about it. Also, Bella putting this toy thermometer in her doll's bottoms, and Shanann was laughing about that as well. Now, it is well known by most everyone that's followed this case that Shanann said she had to do some sort of daily rectal temps on the girls to see if they had some very rare fever disease, which they were never diagnosed with. I have never heard it said by Shanann or anyone else that it was Chris that was the one giving the girls the temperatures with the rectal thermometers. Wow. Anyway, she goes on to say that the rectal thermometers have not been used in over 40 years by anyone, even in the medical world. And she thinks Chris is disgusting for doing this to the girls every night. Again, it was Shanann that said she had to use the rectal one. Look at her photo post on Facebook. Where are you seeing that it was Chris doing this? I'm just curious. I would like to see that. That's something I have never seen or heard. And I have studied this case quite a damn bit. I do hope that the people that read this book will realize that some of the information in here is very misleading and in a very bad way. And in my opinion, it's very wrong to the girl's memory to throw those accusations out there without any proof. Then she goes to talk about Chris demanding that the girls' medical records be sealed shortly after his arrest. And there I'm going to have to stop again because, again, that is not true. Medical records were sealed as part of the plea agreement. It was a stipulation. Chris did not ask that they be sealed at all. Prosecution, aka Rourke, put that into the plea agreement. Chris has said he does not even know why they wanted that in there, but he just signed where they told him to sign so they would take the death penalty off the table. And just to prove for a fact that Chris did not have those records sealed himself, then the last 3 months, now this was told to me by his mother, Cindy, Chris asked to see those medical records that he signed to be sealed. They refused him access to those records. He was not allowed to see them. Now, even though he was the one to sign to have them sealed, he does want to know what is in them himself, that Rourke and possibly the Ruseks wanted sealed from the public. He doesn't know. The author also says that the CPS will automatically believe that there is something to hide if these kind of things are sealed. And I agree with her there. So what is it that the prosecution wanted to hide? Okay, sorry, but anyway, she goes on to say that the autopsy could not confirm how the girls died. They just had to take Chris's word for it. Well, not on Bella's. Hers does give a cause of death: manual strangulation or smothering. Cece's cause of death, though, that was different. Hers was only labeled as likely due to asphyxiation. And to be very honest, anyone performing an autopsy that just takes the word of somebody that accepted a plea deal is a very unprofessional approach to a death certificate, in my opinion. It should have been, at the very least, ruled as undetermined homicide. But the words likely due to, that's ridiculous. She also claims that Shanann was so concerned that Cece had chronic gag reflexes and had taken her numerous times to the doctors, and she had to have surgery on her esophagus. Well, Shanann's mother said when Cece was born, with her esophagus being too small, she had to have surgery just after birth for that. Shanann took the girls to a ton of doctors all the time for a ton of different things that she was trying to get them diagnosed with. That is a fact. I'm not in any way belittling her either. However, facts are facts. And people deserve to know the true facts in this case, and that is it. This is the facts. She goes on to say that she may have been born with a small esophagus, but in her CPS experience, most of the time gag reflexes are because of SA. Then she reminds the readers about her theory of Chris being in the shower with them and his junk pressed in their face. Totally disgusting to even speculate such garbage as this with zero facts that align to it. And I'm not defending Chris either. This is completely wrong to speculate to the girls and even to Shanann. It's wrong. She then goes into the old age rumor that has circled around since the beginning of the case, that Shanann told someone that Chris was standing over one of the baby's cribs naked in the middle of the night, and Shanann caught him just staring at the baby and him naked. Now, this was a rumor I remember well from the beginning of the case. I have looked and found absolutely nothing that can confirm or verify this in any way. Then, as if she could not blame shift any more than she already has, she said the girls had these very loud rain machines in their room to drown out noises, and Chris also drugged the girls with medication to make them sleep all night. Now, any of y'all that know this case, I know this is really took you back a minute. Chris is the one that drugged them every night? What? The Benadryl and Tylenol nightly to make them sleep was all Shanann's way of doing things. She followed that baby-wise garbage step by step, and no one was allowed to question why she done anything that she done in raising her girls. There is numerous posts and comments from her telling others how she gives them Benadryl to help them sleep for 10, 12, 13 hours a night. This author has made it look like I'm defending Chris, which I cannot stand, because that is so far from the truth. But I do feel like people need to know the truth. And these accusations that she's putting out here publicly, in my opinion, is wrong to the victims. Chris is where he needs to be. I've said that a zillion times. What he did is absolutely unforgivable and should never be defended in any way at all. However, to feed false information to the public people that may be reading this book as a true crime novel, that is wrong. She goes on to add that most pedos are childlike themselves in mentality, and Chris acts very childlike. She said with all of those CPS flags there for SA, there is enough for CPS to have opened a P1 investigation. Well, CPS is also known to fabricate their paperwork and lie. Maybe I can see this author being a past, self-renowned, veteran CPS professional after all. Who knows? Chapter 20. This chapter starts with the author saying that it's been 3 years at the time of the writing of this book that Shanann, Bella, Cece, and Nico were murdered. She gives a couple of examples of other murders that have been committed by the parent, Casey Anthony being one of those. And she says that she thought that Casey Anthony was the worst there was. But she is not worse than Chris Watts. That is another place where she and I will agree to disagree in a sense. When it comes to children being murdered by their parent, there is no scale of best to worst, in my opinion. They are all on a level of worst and horrific. We do not know what little Kaylee Anthony seen or suffered, or for how long. Do not know the answers there at all. So to compare children's murders on a scale of any sort to compare them to, not even cool at all, in my opinion. She goes on into another rumor that circled the internet at one time, and that is that NK had Chris's son after he went to prison. Now she claims that Cindy and Ronnie were told this also by someone claiming to be friends with NK, and that Cindy and Ronnie had no desire to meet Chris's alleged son, even if she did have the baby. She then says that she doesn't blame them for not wanting to meet the son of Chris, even though the rumor was a lie. She says that she still does not blame them for not wanting to meet the seed of Chris. Well, that's kind of a very awkward statement for her to make, just to be honest. Bella, Cece, and Nico were also seeds of Chris, and they were, and still are, loved by very many. That is a very strange statement to make there on the author's part, especially seeing as this book is written about 3 of Chris's seeds and his wife. It's just weird. Anyway, she says that one of the reasons that Cindy is so hated is because she took advice from a lifetime friend of Jamie's when she told Cindy to go anywhere on social media and mainstream media telling her story. She says that Cindy is so hated that if people were still allowed, they would crucify her at the stake. Well, that's not necessarily true either. From my experience in talking to others, the Watts family actually do have a lot of support. Not Chris, but his family does. I, for one, feel that the Watts were treated unfairly from the start in this case, and many out there also share that feeling along with me. She goes on to say that Kelly went hard to the Watts family for them to be out there and go as hard as they could on social media, and that is what hurt them the most. Jamie's kids, she claims, now has to be homeschooled because of all the negative attention that they got from taking Kelly's bad advice in the beginning. Kelly even went as far and convinced Jamie to go behind her husband's back and entertain social media and Chris's defense. Jamie's husband had already said that he wanted nothing to do with any of this about Chris and his family, and he asked Jamie not to speak about it publicly either. Kelly convinced her otherwise. Kelly also made friends with Chris's new married girlfriend, Anna. Kelly convinced them all to go to Texas, where she lived, and help her celebrate her 40th birthday. And that invitation was also given to Anna's husband, who was the only person in the whole clique that did not know that Anna was having an affair with Chris. Anna and her husband did not have enough money once they arrived in Houston for any place to stay. So Kelly asked them all to stay at her house. Well, her house wasn't big enough, so Jamie and her husband had to accommodate Anna and her husband, who they had never met, at the hotel that they had rented for themselves. Now, it was claimed that Anna never spoke to anyone. She just sat there and she stared at everyone. And her husband, who was a really nice guy, waited on Anna hand and foot. The first time Cindy was able to go see Chris at the Dodge Correctional Facility, which this would be the second time Ronnie was able to visit him there. But when they had finished visiting and they were walking back to their car, Anna introduced herself in the parking lot. They shook hands, and as Cindy and Ronnie were going back to their motel, Anna followed them to their motel. Ronnie and Cindy had not even asked her to follow them there. She just took it upon herself to do it. Cindy was pretty emotional after her first seeing of Chris since the sentencing in Colorado. So I'm sure what she was really wanting was some quiet and private time with her husband. But no, Anna followed them into their room and she sat there for 7 hours. She said very few words. She just sat on the end of the bed saying nothing. And that must have been very awkward for Cindy and Ronnie, wouldn't you think? Anna was really trying just to be a part of the Watts family due to her being in love with Chris. So not long after Cindy and Ronnie did return home to North Carolina, Anna called them just out of the blue and asked them if she could come and stay with them for a week. Now, Ronnie and Cindy both are the kind of people that has a very hard time in ever saying no to anyone. And to begin with, Cindy told her, okay, I guess so. But the author says that she is the one that helped Cindy to avoid that situation by telling her that Anna asking like that was imposing and that was a bit scary. So the author gave Cindy an excuse to give to Anna that with COVID going around so bad, you really was not allowing anyone into your home at this time. And that is what Cindy told Anna, and Anna did not come for that week. Now the author says that Ronnie and Jamie were just a bit disappointed that Anna didn't come and stay with them. She adds that Jamie basically begged Cindy to let her come for the week. But Cindy told Jamie to let her go to her house for a week if she wanted to see her. Needless to say, Anna never visited them in North Carolina. Anna wanted Chris to be released so bad. She did not like Shanann at all and always believed that Shanann drove Chris to killing her. So Anna got Chris in touch with a very well-known private investigator named Mark Gillespie. And Mark was going to get Chris a top-notch attorney so he would be able to have his day in court. Chris thought that he was ready to tell the truth and he wanted to get out of prison. He was going to try and be granted the 35C for another chance in court with a trial. Well, this is when Kim Kaufman stepped in and she was not happy. She was the one and only spokesperson publicly for the Watts family or Chris. She had made a YouTube channel and everything. And Chris did not need any attorney or PI to tell him not to talk to her. Well, at some point, Chris must have learned that if he was granted a 35C, that he would have to return to the Colorado prison system to await a trial date. He was not all about doing that, so he backed out of the 35C. Meanwhile, there was this leaked phone call between Chris and the PI, Mark Gillespie, that spread like wildfire on YouTube. Anna and a certain channel creator set her up and recorded the phone call between Chris and Mark. Mark tends to believe that also, saying that he does not believe at all that Anna was involved in that setup. However, Anna had visited Dodge many times as well as had calls with Chris there many times. And she knew that three-way calls were not allowed. Anna also video chatted with Chris through Zoom many times. There is no way that Anna did not know that this channel creator was recording that call. This is what the author presumes. And I agree with that part as well. Anna had to have known. Anna had even gotten Cindy and Ronnie's hopes up just before all of that happened by telling them that she had gotten Chris a very good attorney. But she could only ever offer these great attorneys' names on a first-name basis. And that name was Earl. But see, the thing with Earl was he needed a retainer fee of $2,500. And that needed to be sent by Western Union to Anna, who would transfer it to him. Now, Earl did not even have a website, nor did he ever contact Cindy or Ronnie or Chris. Anna was the go-between for all of them. Kind of strange, huh? Cindy was leery of sending the retainer to this unknown attorney through Anna. So she said, "Yeah, I can't do that without ever speaking to him." Ronnie, being the ever-trusting guy that he is, worried that maybe they should have just trusted her and sent the money because Chris was telling them they needed to trust Anna. Now, the author claims that the Watts family decided to use this attorney named Earl, and Anna eventually just paid the retainer herself. The author speculates that Anna paid the retainer to this attorney with her first stimulus check. According to the book, Cindy and Ronnie had told Anna that they would repay her for the retainer that she paid, which they did not ever do. So the attorney allegedly felt sorry for Anna and gave her back $1,000 of the $2,500 that she paid him. She was visiting Chris up to 5 times a day at Dodge. And then Kelly told Anna's husband about the affair. She also called Dodge about the affair, at which point Dodge took her off of Chris's visiting list and call list. Anna tried writing Chris letters, but he never wrote her back again. And so just like that, it was game over. There was no more Anna Loves Chris. The book goes on to talk about Shazam and Lana and how terrible the whole thing was with those Shazam videos mocking Shanann's videos. And then it goes into Chris's girlfriend at the time of the writing of this book, Kim Griffith, which Chris refers to as Boo. Chapter 21. Plea deals are very rarely ever overturned. In order to try and overturn a guilty plea after being sentenced would require a 35C procedure. And this can happen if one of these criteria are met. 1. The law that the inmate was charged with has changed since the incarceration, so the plea of the inmate is no longer a crime. 2. The Sixth Amendment. The conviction was in violation of the state or federal constitution. 3. The statute under which the defendant was convicted violated the Constitution. 4. The court did not have jurisdiction over the defendant or the crime. 5. New facts came about the defendant did not know about. And 6. Their sentence is fully served, probation or parole is granted. If Chris were to withdraw his guilty plea and granted the 35C, and the judge did not believe there was enough proof and evidence to overturn his sentencing, then the original charges would be put against him, which was the death penalty, as well as possible additional charges added to his sentencing. If an attorney did try and have a 35C granted for Chris, these could be the grounds they would try to use as reason for him. 1. He had not had his Miranda rights read to him before he confessed. But yes, he actually did. Before the polygraph was ever administered, Tammy Lee did read him his Miranda rights. 2. There is no proof or evidence that he failed the polygraph. Cops are allowed to lie to the suspect in order to obtain a confession. So even if he did not really even fail the polygraph, they are allowed to tell him that he did, just to shake him up and get a confession, if they believe that he is guilty, which worked like a charm for Chris. There really is no proof whatsoever that he failed that polygraph test. He may not have failed it at all, but that does not matter now. He took the bait, and Tammy and Coder reeled him right in. Very well aware that Tammy has said publicly that Chris failed the polygraph with a -18. There's no proof of that, and again, they are allowed to lie. 3. Chris's attorney allegedly told Chris that he would get life in prison without parole, even if it was only Shanann that he killed. His sentence would be the same, so he might as well say he killed them all and clear Shanann's name for her family's sake. 4. Chris would have to prove that they told him this, as well as it would not take away anything from his life sentence on confessing to killing Shanann. 5. The judge did not require evidence during the sentencing that points towards Chris's guilt. Chris has never denied killing Shanann. However, there is no proof whatsoever that he killed the girls. This could point to an appeal. However, it is very unlikely that the judge did not look at the evidence before the sentencing. 6. Chris was not read his Miranda rights when he was visited in Dodge in 2019. Chris was even told that the interview would always remain off record and no one would ever hear it. That was not true. It went straight on record days afterwards. He should have been read his Miranda rights before he told how he killed Bella and Cece while he was at Dodge, but he was read them at Weld before the polygraph, and he was still in custody for the same crime. 7. Chris was not mentally competent and of sound mind enough to stand trial. This could possibly be a ground for appeal. Chris said over and over that he was in a rage. He did not know what he was doing or why he was doing it. And Nikki was very dark, and he talked about the demons as well. But again, he would have to prove that at both the hearing and the sentencing of November of 2018. He was not of sound mind at that time. When he arrived at Dodge Correctional in December of 2018, he was given an assessment, which he was found to be of sound mind. Now, all of that said, it is highly unlikely that Chris will ever be given a new day in court. The very most that could ever come of this case is if he tried to withdraw 4 of the 5 first-degree murder charges, those 4 being for Bella and Celeste. But even if that was ever done and those charges were dropped, he will still be serving the exact same sentence that he is sentenced to today for the murder of Shanann, life without the possibility of parole, as well as all of the other charges that he was sentenced to. So in a nutshell, Chris will spend the rest of his natural life in prison. Part 10, Chapter 22. While Chris was awaiting his sentencing at Weld, his parents were not allowed to see or talk to him. He was in a concrete cell by himself, wearing only paper prison clothing. Chris would just close his eyes and try to drown it all out. He fell asleep and he woke up to see his mother's parents. His grandparents were standing in his cell, and these hallucinations scared Chris half to death. The guards at the prison initially gave Chris a book about murders. He read the book because it was all he had to do in there. They ended up giving him several books about murders, and he read them all. Then they came back and took all of those books and gave him a Bible to read. Chris read that Bible cover to cover, back to back, multiple times. Later on, Chris was moved out of solitary confinement and into his own pod. In his own pod, he had his own bathroom and even his own TV. And one night, as he was watching the news, it was the first time that he had heard that he was being accused of saying that he killed his girls also. He says that he remembers when he heard the news reporter say that he had confessed to killing his wife and 2 daughters, that he just froze, and he said out loud, "Oh my God, I killed the girls?" He says he has absolutely no memory at all of killing his girls, and still, he does not believe that he did. All he knew was he had horrific flashbacks of him strangling Shanann and saying, "I hate you," over and over. Ronnie kept calling Weld and asking if he could go see Chris, and they would give him a date that he could come and visit him, but then they would call him back just before that date, and they would change the date again. Ronnie had to keep changing his flight over and over because of this. They were only allowed to visit him one time, when Cindy and Ronnie and Jamie, when they all visited him the night before the hearing, where he accepted the plea deal and he waived his rights to a trial. The night before he had signed the plea agreement. Anytime they called the jail, the social worker at the jail named Amy would only tell them that he was doing fine. But what they were not being told, nor did they even know, Chris was actually on suicide watch. So when they did finally see him the night before the hearing, they were shocked at what they seen. His hair and beard had grown out, and he was so much thinner. When Cindy went in to talk to him, she told him that she did not want him to sign that agreement and say that he was guilty if he didn't do it. Immediately, Chris's attorney, Sylvia, who was in the room with her, spoke up and said, "Nothing about the plea, or we will shut it down now." Cindy got irritated and said, "Well, what am I supposed to talk about then?" The author says that Cindy was surrounded by the big dogs of the system, and she had very little education, and she was not used to being around powerful people. See, I find that sort of degrading for the author to claim that Cindy has very little education. That's not true. Cindy has a college degree in accounting, and she also worked for dozens of years in the credit department. Anyway, all Chris would ever say back to his mom was, "It was my decision." When they returned to North Carolina, Cindy wrote Chris a letter and had it overnight delivered to him by FedEx. She told him that she would hire him a good attorney. Chris never got this letter until well after the sentencing. And Cindy did go on a hunt for a damn good attorney for Chris. She even talked to the very well-known YouTuber Scott Reisch, and about the only thing that he said to her, "Do you have $250,000 up front?" Cindy told Scott all they had was their home, and it was worth about $62,000. She even called Jose Baez, Casey Anthony's attorney. She left a message with his assistant, but they never called her back. Then she talked to David Lane, who referred her to Gene Powers. Gene went with Cindy and Ronnie to talk to the assistant DA, who told them that Chris had been so obsessed with NK that he killed his family to be with her. And Ronnie just came out and asked him, "How do you know that?" And the assistant prosecutor said, "We don't know that, but we do have a theory." All in all, Gene Powers really done nothing for them at all. And just like that, the sentencing came and went. And then, in the middle of the night, Chris was hauled off to Wisconsin. Cindy had even asked Chris's social worker, Amy, about giving him an evaluation before the sentencing. And I only said, "Oh, it's clear to me he's not a psychopath or a sociopath." It was just a perfect storm. Part 11, Chapter 23. She says there are many out there that continue to carry on with this case and try to find the missing pieces that they believe are there. However, for her, this case is over and done. She adds that there is also Nikki Kessinger haters that continue to blame her for also being involved in helping Chris some way, even though there is no incriminating evidence against her. And here again is where the author and myself absolutely disagree. I feel like there is plenty of evidence that should have been incriminating as hell against her, but we will agree to disagree there. For these people, the author says that she was not involved, get over it, and get a life. Well, being that I am one of those people that will never believe that she was only an innocent side chick to another woman's husband, I can comfortably say, if you have read the discovery, then you should know it is very obvious that Nikki Kessinger, a stalker, a master manipulator, a compulsive liar, and obviously she was a homewrecker, a jealous skank, and a competition slug, a full-on catalyst to these murders. As well as, in my opinion, she had an agenda. In closing, she dedicates this book to Shanann, Bella, Cece, and Nico first, and then to the authors, creators, commentators who refused to let go of this case, and then to her husband. I want to thank you all so much for listening to my synopsis of this book. As always, I do recommend buying the book and reading it yourself. I do not go word for word, and this book has very, very many details that I did not put into the synopsis, as well as the dry humor and the nicknames. So yeah, I recommend buying the book. Give it a chance. If you found this synopsis interesting, then I believe you will find the book just as much or even more interesting than what my words were. Let me know what you think in the comments below. as always, I'll leave the link to this book in the description box below. And at the time of this synopsis, if you are a Kindle Unlimited subscriber, this book is free. If you're not, it is very reasonably priced for you to purchase it for yourself. Thank you all so much for listening. And until next time, this is Unjustified.